That's right. It's time. Day 4 of the Queso Cup 2023 Teams Edition starts in just a couple of minutes, right? We don't actually start now precisely because, well, it's not time yet now. But our broadcast starts now, and the gameplay will start very, very soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Rich Slayton, the guy who talks about Clash Royale a whole bunch. You're you, a person who watches competitive Clash Royale, and this is the Queso Cup Teams Edition Split 1 for 2023. 8 teams, some invited teams, some qualified teams, one community-voted team, all vying for a shot at our next stage at the playoffs, to get a big chunk of that prize pool, a big prize pool overall on the year, of course. $15,000 the prize pool here for split number 1. And we are, of course, in that league phase, round robin, day 4 of that round robin. And, of course, things were pretty tight coming into today. We'll look at that in just a moment. There are 6 teams moving on of these 8. They'll go into our playoff bracket with $15,000 on the line, $7,000 overall for first place. You talk about the whole year, 2023. This is split 1. That's right, split 1 of 2. This is the spring split, the summer split in July and August. We'll also have a $15,000 prize pool. Then in December, a last few of you can try to qualify for the grand finals, where the biggest chunk of that $65,000 prize pool will be on the line. A chance for someone to take home some big ducats, some big buckets. Will it be the team everyone thinks, SK PUIGINS, Cal PUIGINS, the super team, or will someone be able to take some money off of them this year? Well, we'll find out. Of course, there is a prize pool distribution. They can't win all of it, but man, so far, they are winning a ton of it. You talk about winning a ton, let's go take a look at, let me make sure I actually have it queued up already. Boom, boom. There we go. Let's take a look at the standings. I believe this is the updated standings through 3 days. Yes, there we go. Standings through 3 days. In the lead right now, as you can see, CALALAS, PUIGINS, the super team, 3 wins. They've been crushing the sets, way out in the lead, but right behind them, Fear the Tribe, coming right after them. That will be a big-time matchup when they go head-to-head, and, well, that head-to-head matchup will be coming very, very soon, but not today, folks. In the middle, Chivas Esports and SK CALALAS both chasing with 2 wins so far. Strangers and Team Queso, both with only 1, and SK Gaming and Hype Boys, both with the bagel so far. And man, they better get their stuff together quickly because time is running out. Of course, the top 6 teams move on, so you don't have to go way up. You just got to get to top 6 out of 8. That's 75%. 75% of teams will move on to the next phase of our competition. So come on, folks. Oh, that's the wrong button. I need to switch my buttons around because that was definitely the wrong button. It's okay. There we go. Boom. Now I will actually be able to hit the right button at the right time. Let's go. Everybody, I'm really excited for today. I know you're really excited for today. Of course, I'm excited to watch this continue going up. 99,214, under 800 subs away from 100K. Oh my word. We could get wild here. It's gonna happen this weekend. You know it's gonna happen this weekend. Frost Dust modding in the building. Super excited to have him here. Our first game will be happening very, very soon, folks. Let's take a look at the matchups for today one more time. Tribe Gaming, currently in second place, up against Hype Boys, who have not taken a win yet. This should be a good opportunity for a win for Tribe Gaming. And on the other side of things, in our second match, we have the other team looking for a win, SK Gaming, and they have a really hard out in SK CALALAS. Not Cal PUIGINS, but SK CALALAS, one of the 2 Cal teams that are in this one here. CALALAS with Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro. Then after that, Chivas Esports takes on our current leaders in Cal PUIGINS, the super team, and then finally Team Queso up against Strangers TIKIS. But what we have in front of us right now is that first matchup between Tribe Gaming and Hype Boys. On the Tribe Gaming side, we have Wallace, Sandbox, Betfas, and xAlee. They have been really, really good so far, undefeated as of yet, and looking to add one more here today. On the other side of things, it's Coco, Stefan, Quinoa, aka Line, Blizzard, and Geralt, rounding out that hype team. And they are getting ready to go here in just a moment, folks. The format, in case you don't remember, for this event, the first 2 sets are both King of the Hill, standard King of the Hill format. You know, each team puts out 3 players, eliminate the other 3, and you win the set. If we need to go to a third and final set, well, in that third and final set, then we would go to a 1v1 best of 3 in the normal in-game dual mode format. So those are what would be happening. You know what? I just realized I need to load up one more thing here, but that's going to be okay. I'll do that little load up just a little bit later. Our first match coming up here, and let's take a look at the lineups for King of the Hill. Tri bringing xAlee, Sandbox, and Betfas. Hype bringing Line, Geralt, and Coco. And we are about to kick off our first match here in just a couple of moments. Just say SK CALALAS so people don't confuse it with SK Gaming. Sure, I could do that. Here we go. Let's jump into game number 1, folks. Let's do it. And this is the very first game of the very first match on the day, so nobody here has missed anything yet. If you're here now, you've missed nothing. Congratulations. Early adopter. Miner or Hog for xAlee, as again, we've talked about this, the meta shifting a little bit, and Giant Skeleton. We're going to see a lot of Giant Skeleton today during this King of the Hill sets because of the rise of the MK Prince deck. So expect to see a ton of Giant Skeleton today, more than you are used to seeing. Musketeer gets absolutely ruined, so we have a lot on the board, 9 on the board on the left lane, 4 on the board on the right lane. Line with a ton of elixir, and xAlee is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, I think. And you see Quinoa, aka Line, totally recognizing the elixir advantage and going with the early graveyard push. He's going to get a good amount of damage out of this one, a little over 500 HP, maybe even more as some more skeletons spawn, and oh my word, 23-23 on the right-hand tower. Good job recognizing the elixir advantage here for the Hype Boys player. And not handling the Musketeer. And this has been a thing with Line. Just a lot of reactions weirdly late. I really have not understood some of what we've seen on the reaction side from Line. So who the heck knows? Who knows what they're up to? Giant Skeleton sets up in the back one more time. Lead currently for xAlee because of the Musketeer work, and now Goblins get on there a little bit more. And Scott, congratulations. First time watching live. Welcome. Hope you enjoy it. Graveyard in. Mighty Miner trying to defend against the Graveyard, but the lead does go back to Line. And that's a good Fisherman pull here to create some room for this big push. Fireball will clean up some of it. And Musketeer not going to step into range of that Giant Skeleton bomb, so not quite going the way that Line wants that to go. Drill in. That's a nice snowball here to create some room for Line. And I think he might partially ignore. Going to go ahead and split just to hedge there. And well-timed on the split. Graveyard in. Is Snowball available? Goes with the arrows instead to get those Goblins off the board, and that is a ton of damage. Snowball pushes the Muskie back, and that Skeleton went to the Muskie and nearly activated King Tower. 360 to 1788. Just very difficult for xAlee to get anything out of these drill pushes. Anything meaningful, at least. The biggest damage chunk has been when Line has kind of been slow to react to some gameplay. And again, snowball in. GG, well played. Fairly easy win here, despite some of the bumps in the road. And there we have game number 1. Hello, everyone. Just welcome if you're just joining us right now. We are in game. That was game number 1 of our opening match here on day 4 of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Very excited to get into the meat and potatoes of this event. We're here today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. 4 more days. This is day 6, by the way, of me casting Clash Royale in a row. Day 6. So we got 4 more to go, all here for the Queso Cup to decide who will move on into the playoff portion of the rest of this. Next up is going to be Sandbox for Tribe Gaming. So that'll be a fun matchup, Sandbox versus Line. Let's see. Great to see you. Been busy lately? Yes, absolutely. 100K this stream? We'll see. It'll happen soon. It'll happen very soon. It would be, excited for whenever it does happen, though. But we're certainly getting close, folks. Let's see. Oh, yes, and don't get confused. PUIGINS versus SK or xAlee CALALAS. Those are both part of the same organization, but 2 different teams they've fielded here for this competition overall. Sandy, OP mod in the building. Remind you to subscribe, turn on notifications, leave a use code RICH, leave a like, do all those things. So certainly happy to have you guys do that. What's the schedule? Says Martinet. I'll put it up after this game. Let's go ahead and jump in to game number 2. Those of you who are watching on YouTube, the entire match lineup for today and all the rosters are in the description below for those of you watching on YouTube. So you can follow along, of course, every single match on the right-hand side. You see currently we are in set number 1. King of the Hill is 1-0 for the blue team. That is Hype Boys for today's matchup. Even though, for some reason, Sandbox is requesting and Line is not. Oh well. So minor control here for Line. Never mind, E-Giant. Skellies threw me off a little bit, but good for the cycle. And the minor also threw me off a little bit, now that I think about it. And thanks, Frost, for 11 months of subscribing on Twitch. Very cool. SK Gaming will play today. And again, everybody, if you're watching on YouTube, the full list of matches and rosters is in the chat below. Or in the description below. What an interesting deck choice here from Quinoa. He goes, do I like minor control Golden Knight better, or do I like Golden Knight Electro Giant better? Well, why choose? Let's do both. And Line would have liked that Golden Knight to go 1 extra spot on that dash. It's interesting. I really would have been curious to see if Quinoa, what it would have been like, because Quinoa's running basically the minor points and control deck just with E-Giant. Would have been very curious to see Quinoa, aka Line, hold the E-Giant until triple, or at least double, and let it feel like you're up against minor control and then hit him with it. It feels like playing it early kind of gave away the whole concept. And that Golden Knight doesn't connect for some reason. Golden Knight is such a difficult card to predict. Good high skeletons there to keep that dash from getting involved in the game more than it had to be. The cannon cart connects, and Sandbox putting a lot of hurt on, forces the NATO out. Golden Knight goes for a decent dash, but that's still going to be a lot of damage, and that might be enough to seal this game in favor of Sandbox. Yep, there you go. GG, well played. Sandbox taking care of business. I actually don't know. There's so many songs that I know literally one line of, and then I don't know anything else about the song. Let's go ahead and take a look at the finish there. And you see when this finishes up, let's just stop right here for a second. I'm going to go back for just one moment before that poison comes out. Just take a look at what happens when this is all finished. Before that poison comes out, bang. Just right here. Sandbox is 2 elixir ahead, and then he has another 8 on the board already. So Sandbox is 10 elixir ahead at this stage. And that was partially because Quinoa line was throwing E-Giants just into nothing. So there you go. Even with this poison to take some of that off, you get some poison value, but you're really just trading 1 for 1. And at this point, again, let's just take a look. Boom. You have the bird down there trying to work on stuff. And I heard some people saying my mic's a little low. Let me bring my mic up a little bit. Check, check. There you go. I'll bring my mic up a little bit and bring the music down a little bit. How about that? Let's balance things out. But you look at everything right there, and boom, it's just so much being have to spend for absolutely nothing. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3 as Geralt comes out for Hype Boys. Thank you, Fox the Tank, for making a boy feel good. And Piggy's down. This is Sandbox playing the most used deck, I believe, assuming that this deck comes out the way I believe. The most used deck during CRL first monthly final. And not only is it a solid deck, but you also have to take into account that when you're playing in duel mode, it doesn't use any champions. Of course, this is not duel mode here. And a little more traditional choice from Geralt when it comes to that control deck, as opposed to going with the E-Giant in the midst. And never mind, he goes E-Giant again. This time he waits until double. So a little difference in how they're playing it. And I wonder what it is that Hype Boys likes about this deck. Just taking 2 things that work well and putting them together? Do they work well together, though? And that Golden Knight went on a journey. Arrows forced out because the Phoenix was going to stay alive and get some more damage there. Geralt with a nice lead of about 320 HP. 322 to be more precise on that right-hand lane. Oh, and is my mic still cutting out when I change my transition? All right, I will try to figure that out. That's not supposed, I thought I fixed that. Geralt making great use of the E-Giant's defensive capability, because you really do think about it, when you have a lead, you want to protect it. It might be expensive, but if you're getting to a big bridge fight, that E-Giant with the return zap and the tankage all put together can actually clog up a lane very nicely. A little pinball there. final 75 seconds, and Sandbox still trying to find a meaningful way to break through. The flying machine could be a key factor here. And Geralt very, very low on Elixir. That giant skeleton just made a ton of room for those pigs. Golden Knight is going to not be able to mitigate too much damage. That's going to be the lead back to Sandbox as we go into triple. And I'm going to make some audio adjustments here, folks. Will Golden Knight do Golden Knight things? Miner and E-Giant on tower. Tons of damage back the other way now for Geralt. Last chance here for Sandbox for any sort of meaningful attempt at a breakthrough. Trying to make some dual lane pressure here. E-Giant goes left. Flying Machine plus Pigs go right. Golden Knight trying to stop arrows to predict the Goblins, but the Goblins come out late. Good staggering play by Geralt, and that should be enough to win this game for Geralt. Sandbox gets Pigs down. Bomb tower should be available. GG, well played. There we have it. And a win back for Hype Boys, who take a 2-1 lead in this set. All right, let me make some more audio adjustments. You know, I wonder if my output on here got adjusted at all. Give me 1 second, folks. Hopefully that balances a little bit better. I want to make sure I don't peak in the audio, which is where it gets all scratchy for you. But I think we're in good shape. Tough start for Tribe, says Scott. Yes, I do agree. Give me a second to verify something. 1 second here, folks. I'm just checking something. And let's see. Next up is going to be Betfas for this next part of King of the Hill. Tribe Gaming hasn't lost a match yet. Hype Boys haven't won a match yet. And I saw someone before asking for our overall lineup on the day. Tribe Gaming versus Hype Boys. Next up will be SK Gaming versus SK CALALAS, one of the 2 Cal teams here. Then Chivas Esports versus PUIGINS. That's the Mohamed Light team. For those of you who are going, have I missed Mohamed Light yet? Finally, Queso versus Strangers. Here we go. Game number 4. A set point for Hype Boys. And game sounds should be pretty balanced now, folks. Let me know if I need to do a little bit more tweaking here. And I see Wi-Fi FRFX, a little super chat there. How's the update? And did they announce the full balance changes yet, or just the work-in-progress balance changes? I have not been seeing what's been announced, what hasn't been announced today. Hoggy Q for Geralt. We'll see if he's going Musketeer to have a little bit better chance against the Golden Knight dashes. And I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can figure out why the audio is ducking when I do my transition, because it's not supposed to do. Oh, there we go. Boom. So that should fix that, folks. The little audio ducking when I do the transition. We'll see if it goes, if it does or if it doesn't. And what's the elixir under the timer says, Heshem? You know, I don't know about the why that little elixir thing is pumping. I've been seeing that lately. I really don't know what that's about. I know that comes up when we're in double and triple. But yeah, I've been asked, people have been asking about it. I don't know why it's just pumping over there under the timer. No hog play yet, and it's because Geralt knows he's up against NATO, and he'd love to find some other way to get something done. So he basically wants to hog as soon as Betfas offensively NATOs. But he's not going to. He doesn't have to. Betfas is so far ahead right now. He's just chilling. And that was, again, Geralt just hoping against hope that Betfas feels the need to NATO offensively. And there we go. There's the hog finally. And NATO will take that to King Tower easily. And now we just cut Geralt's hog hits by half. Geralt needs to do some pressure in the opposite lane and now needs to force NATOs to not be used offensively. Oh boy, that's just going to be a free Golden Knight dash if he can get it off. I guess maybe he already used it. At this point, Geralt really wants to make sure there's no offensive NATOs now. I know that he wants to get past the NATO for a Hog Rider. But an offensive NATO would be a huge problem here, too. Can he use some Monk Reflections? And he has to use it early here. Excuse me, I didn't hit the mute button in time for that sneeze. And look at this. Geralt starting to work his way back in. That NATO could have been a problem. Didn't end up being a problem, though. Very, very good for Geralt. 863 to 1211. And that hog's not going to get past the Ewiz. The Ewiz was a huge problem there. Log trying to get enough damage on tower. Can he control these stab goblins? Nice NATO. EQ tries to tick in time. Can't get it done, and Betfas sends us to our 5th and final game. Let's go. And I guess Betfas did use there was an early dash there. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm trying to check up on something here. But I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. And looks like okay, so it has been announced. So now I will address it because it has actually been announced. Path of Legends next season. Mega Draft going to be the mode for April, announced on royaleapi.com. That is going to be one of the most interesting things that we've seen in a long time. That is fascinating. Really, really fascinating. We'll talk about it more, but then we'll talk about during the break between games so that we can focus on the gameplay. But whoo, that's going to be a really interesting change. Now, I think that everyone who has a chance of making, I actually say this, I know that everyone who has any chance of making CRL World Finals will easily make top 1,000 Path of Legends no matter what the game mode. The game mode could be infinite elixir, and the people who actually have a chance of making World Finals will end up being top 1,000 on Path of Legends. All right, here we go. We'll talk about that more in between games. Right now, let's focus on game number 5. And here we go. It's the MK Prince Wallbreakers deck for Coco. This deck has been so darn good, and it's why we've seen a big rise in the giant skeleton. Inferno Dragon, as long as it can be protected, could be nice here, but that EU is that NATO, just to keep that Inferno Dragon up, that's going to cost a lot, though. Immediate pressure from Coco. Beautiful use of the Fire Spirit. Beautiful use of the Fire Spirit there. Very, very nicely done. Betfas going to be out just a little bit ahead on Elixir and on damage. I see hello from Germany. I see Zach saying to despise that deck. Yeah, I feel you. It's a hard one to play against. Little minor chip here for Coco, knowing the NATO's out of cycle. Goes ahead, puts it up on the back of the tower. I don't know if anybody clipped that play. I forgot to do it in my replays. I was so focused on enjoying the play itself. Coco's going to need to go high E-Wiz here. And the Golden Knight block. Betfas is so far ahead of Coco right now. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Betfas is in the future. Two real heads-up plays from Betfas. And Coco's going to try to go opposite lane here. Betfas has plenty of Elixir to stop this. The Fire Spirit play, and then the beautiful Golden Knight block to protect the against the E-Wiz. And Lightning cleans things up. Set number one, despite some fears, despite some challenges, set number one turns it around and goes back to Tribe Gaming. Very, very well played. And let's go take a look at the second of the really good plays. I didn't get the first one on replay, unfortunately. But the second one, just really, really nice. Let's take a look at the action on the right-hand side. As the E-Giant comes towards the bridge, and that's going to easily handle this Inferno Dragon. Not played very well. And so the Prince comes down, and Coco wants to protect the Prince from the Inferno Dragon. So the E-Wiz comes, and Betfas knows it's coming, and knows there's only one good spot for it, really. You could say that you could go inside, but inside is a little bit more dangerous because of how much more open it is to being hit with something. And so that really, really heads-up play from Betfas. We'll see it one more time here. And I'll go ahead and stop us at one point. We can take a look here. So again, the Inferno Dragon from Coco going to be inconsequential in this one. The Prince comes up high. He knows he wants nothing. So when this E-Wiz comes down, boom. Look at how ready Betfas is. You can see the drop. It almost looks like a reverse alien abduction. I never thought about that when the troops come down. But you know, you could have the E-Giant, the Electro Wizard to the inside here rather than to the outside. But the E-Wiz to the inside is like the common play, right? And one that is probably you talk about thinking where someone will go. It's the common play to go inside. So he goes outside. Betfas knows he's going to go outside. He knows he's going to make the slightly less common play. And boom. So that one gets handled. Easy. Bar barrels after. GG, well played. GG, well played. The NATO earlier was super nice, too. Yeah, the NATO in the middle. And that's actually a great point here from, and is it my, Smurfblade making a great point. Betfas even won the mind game because he NATO'd the E-Wiz in the middle earlier. So Coco played to the outside to avoid that NATO play. So actually, it's a two-part thing here that, and brilliant point there, Smurfblade. A two-part thing that Betfas did. He set him up with the NATO to the E-Wiz opposite lane, and then so when the E-Wiz came out later, he easily countered it. That was great. That was great. Let's take a look at some of the chat here for a second. I I think climbing Path Legends will be so exhausting. I believe that I don't know what they've announced about it, and let me see if I can find anything in the Royale API post. Yes, we'll be playing Megadeth Ultimate Champions League for 2023, not just for the leagues 1 through 9. Let's see. They're reducing the number of steps. Okay, so that's actually very important. Mega Draft will be the Path of Legends mode for April. They're reducing the number of steps by 20%. That will, I think it'll still be a longer climb in Path of Legends overall, but it is going to be fewer steps than in previous years. What's going to be really interesting is what the final day of ranked looks like. Again, I'm not concerned about anybody making it to top 1,000 and missing out on CRL opportunities who would normally have them. But still, it's going to be very interesting to see what that ranked play is like, what the push to top to number 1 is. But, we'll talk more about it later. Let's go ahead and jump into our second set here as Wallace comes out, kicking things off against Coco. I believe, and let's see, someone thinking about everyone will be, everyone's going to be playing level 11 cards in Mega Draft, so that's nice. And now some people don't have all cards to level 11. Focus on the meaningful ones. And honestly, like, if you don't have at least the vast majority of cards to level 11, you're probably not pushing that high on Path of Legends in either mode. But I think level 11 should be fairly easy to get to for most of those cards, for serious players. So is Coco, is he going to be playing this? Smurflight saying this is Minor Poison Phoenix from Coco. Yes, but we also saw them playing with the E-Giant. But he has to be just the Poison, because he has the, there's no way he's playing no big spell. That E-Giant one was a weird configuration, though. And again, during the break between matches, we'll talk a bit more about the Path of Legends thing. I'm very interested about it. Obviously, as someone who loves Mega Draft. So first 2 minutes away, lead ever so slightly for Coco, but Wallace does have better dual lane pressure. And Minor, a couple touches there to make things a bit closer. And just easy cleanup here from Coco, who gets around to a second set of skeletons to work against that Goblin drill. Gonna need to Minor, I believe, onto, no, goes Bomb Tower instead to defend against both the Musketeer and the drill, but you see doesn't get the drill as well as he might like, and that Fireball didn't get the bird here, and that's going to be an insane amount of damage. GG. So Wallace just a half step off here, and Coco gets it done in game 1. And Nick saying you can't be serious, bro. There's like 100-something cards. Most people only have a few decks max, other cards low. I think level 11 is low. Maybe I'm off there. I don't know if I have any cards that are not level 11. Actually, let me check. Let me see. Do I have any cards on my main account that are not level 11? Maybe like some that I really hate. Like I might not have E-Golem to level 11. That's a possibility. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm actually very curious about this now. That Fireball was real rough, though. All right, let me look at my card collection, and I'll do it by level. And let me go and see if I have anything that's not to level 11. Level 11 seems fairly doable. Let's see. I have Executioner's level 10. That's my non-level 11 card. KC saying level 11 is low, easy to get them there. Yeah. Again, I think that if you're serious about Path of Legends, and I guess it just depends on what you're, it depends on like what you consider serious or not. But Path of Legends seems like a level 11 seems kind of low, I guess. But again, everyone has their own opinion. Let's go ahead and jump into our next game. Let's see, I think I'll have about 4 or 5 cards at level 10. Everything else is chilling. Level 11 is easy primarily because gold cost is so dang low now. The jump to 13 is the hard one. Depends on how much you play. Yeah, I just think people who are trying to really push Path of Legends. 90% of the players who reach Ultimate Champion Path of Legends anyway probably have mostly almost all 11 cards, all up to 11. Or should be able to do it easily. Interesting viewpoints. I mean, here's the other thing, too, is I see Beast at the point. I have level 11 for about 11 cards. It's probably, does this King Tower activation work? And it does. Nicely done for Coco. You probably, the cards you don't have at least to a level 11, are probably the cards you wouldn't pick in Mega Draft anyway because you hate them so much. And Hype Boy's just seemingly obsessed with minor Golden Knight poison today. Hey, Baby Nate rating on Twitch with a party of 59. Thank you very much for joining. Whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, by the way, happy to have you guys here. This is the Queso Cup Teams Edition 2023, Day 4. And we are watching Tribe Gaming take on Hype Boys. Tribe currently undefeated at 3-0. Hype Boys looking for their first win at 0-3. That Dark Prince should get a little tap here. No, it doesn't. King Tower activation. Plus Bird ends up stopping it. Took a half step late to get into that second gear. So as we go into sudden death, Sandbox still holding on to this lead ever so slightly. But he needs to add to that lead. Because the minor poison cycle of Coco and Triple is going to be a real problem for him. Of course, there is always the Golden Knight does Golden Knight things, but take a look at Coco playing Skeletons here. Going to make it a lot harder for a NATO Golden Knight connection from Sandbox. So when he tries to go for the hero play at the end, pulling that off will be a little difficult. And Golden Knight played very low here from Coco to clean all of that up. And good opportunistic Magic Archer, NATO to avoid the extra damage. And as we go into Triple Elixir, there is no real significant lead here for Sandbox. He is not that far ahead. And you see the trying to defend really, really carefully here is Coco to not give up too much Golden Knight damage. Poison does get the Magic Archer after the NATO to pull that all together. And now, again, the minor flow with that 3-card cycle because the Golden Knight Poison going to take care of these Goblins. And you should expect something high to control this Golden Knight and not let it dash. And there you go. See the bomb tower coming out. NATO tries to make a connection for Sandbox. He can't do it. Good Magic Archer. Huge Magic Archer shots. NATO pulls it together, and the defensive NATO backfires. The defensive NATO backfires, and Sandbox steals this one right back. What an unfortunate turn of events there for Coco, as the defensive NATO, the defensive play ends up completely backfiring. Let's take a look at the replay here. Final 28 seconds. You see the lead beginning to inch more and more towards Coco here. The high bomb tower controlling nicely ahead by over 200 HP. And when this drill comes in and this Golden Knight then survives an opportunistic Magic Archer here, and that defensive NATO just lines up the Magic Archer as Coco's trying to defend. And we'll go back to look at this one more time. Let's get right there. So here we go. Check this out. The Magic Archer comes in, gets a nice lineup, and you're going to see there's the NATO on offense. And it's at this point, as long as those goblins don't hit, it's still okay for Coco. Still okay for Coco here. Still in the lead. But he defensively NATOs and lines that Magic Archer up perfectly for a few shots. Here we go, jumping into our next game, Sandbox. What a rough one there. Sandbox happy to see the Archer's choice from line. And a pump out of line. And now it's Sandbox just loading up into this right lane. I don't think he'll be able to get these Archers, though. And that was a bit of an overexpenditure on the side of Sandbox. Believed he was far enough ahead to really make a push there. Was not. And for the third time, we see Pump Bow in the Queso Cup. And this time it's Sandbox a little bit low on Elixir here. And the Archers, wow, that could not have gone worse for those Archers. Gives up the dash and loses an Archer in the process. 24-22 to 28-35 if we're talking lowest towers. Let's see if line pumps up this time, maybe behind a Princess Tower. Instead, he defensively expos preemptively. Jumper saying this is Iragon's variation of Pump Bow. And now he pumps low. So let's see. How well does line know this deck? And now going for the full all the way across defensive expo. That Fire Spirit doesn't really get in there. And do we see a second expo here soon? Not enough Elixir yet for Quinoa. So going to play this really slow, I believe. I don't know this matchup at all. I have not played Pump Bow in ages, especially not against E-Giant. How often can Quinoa get on tower with an expo in this matchup? It seems like that's going to be exceptionally difficult between the Cage, the E-Giant, and then the Fire Spirit if you need to buy some time after making a mistake. And the defensive pump with the Inferno Dragon on the... Yeah, that's GG. These deck choices out of Hype Boys have been interesting. Interesting is the word I would use. They are certainly not playing it standard by any means. Nick saying Lion could not have gotten a worse matchup than this. Very possible. Deck mismatch is brutal, absolutely. What I'm saying is I don't know the matchup. I don't know how to play that. I don't know what Line would do in that matchup. That's what I meant to say. Right, that's the worst matchup for Expo. I mean, yeah, E-Giant Cage already is horrifically bad for Expo. What I meant to say was I don't know what he's supposed to do. Like, I don't know how. What is the 10% way that you win that? Let's see. I faced Pumpo twice in the last 12 months. Yeah, Pumpo's not really big. He has to pump middle, says Ox. Interesting. What happens if we don't have champions when we play Mega Draft? You know, I actually don't know that. I don't know. And let's see. I don't know if Royale API says anything about that. Do people have access to all cards when they're playing Mega Draft? This is something I don't know at all. Next up is going to be Geralt versus Sandbox. And again, we are now on match point here in our first game of the day, first match of the day. Tribe versus Hype Boys. A win here for Sandbox means GG, well played, and we'll be up to our next match, SK Gaming versus SK CALALAS. What I don't know is... if you'll be able to play champions if you don't have them. That's actually a really interesting... That's maybe the best question. I don't know if anyone has the answer to that. They said you only get choices from your card pool. That's going to be challenging. That's going to be challenging for a lot of people. But it's, I guess, no more challenging than not having access to champions now. So kind of the same thing. Is there a leaderboard? Yes, I will show it later. Oh, that reminds me to make sure to set up the scoreboard appropriately. Thank you for that reminder. Go ahead and get that scoreboard set up properly so that we can check it out later. Excellent. Thank you for that reminder. All right, here we go. Can Sandbox close things out for Tribe right now? Or will Geralt keep his team's hopes alive? Ponder that while I eat this biscuit. Scott with a big reminder, I have not chosen to grow the sport today. Don't worry. I will grow the sport. Every day. And maybe Geralt finally mixing things up a bit for his team. This again looks like, I don't know who's doing analysis for Hype Boys. But it really feels like they're just, I don't know if they're like trying to go for crazy matchups or if they're basing these choices off of opposition research in any way. But it has not been paying off. And, you know, you get the zappies, you like those against the monk, but then there's a fireball. And does he activate? Yes. And good job. That was a nice job waiting there. Sandbox not getting there too early. NERG's opposite lane, Fisherman's nowhere to be found. And Geralt gets a couple of big-time shots here. And now some life being breathed back into Hype Boys. But keep in mind, Sandbox, pop a late Graveyard. Graveyard does Graveyard things. And this whole thing ends very quickly. You know, one underrated piece about the Monk is the ability to knock the giant skeleton out of the lane so that it no longer clogs the lane up and uses that bomb ability. And we're seeing Geralt do that a few times here in this matchup. Using the Fisherman for that purpose and the Monk for that purpose as well. Here we go. Graveyard finally in. And the Skeleton King is tanking. Arrows clear off the Goblins, force out the log. But with all that expenditure on the side of Sandbox, he gets very little, and we'll still have to contend with a Royal Giant supported by an Ewiz. And that's a great fireball onto the Hunter. Royal Giant gets one. Royal Giant should get no. Stun locked. Does not get the second. 497 on that left-hand tower, and Sandbox running out of time here. And despite his best efforts, he has to be able to... The fact that Geralt can defend the Graveyard with the Goblins, the arrows come out, and then he just logs to clear off the rest of the skeletons, makes things so hard for Sandbox. And I like the bridge fireball play there. Geralt taking no chances. Here he goes a little aggressive. And the... Oh, but the Monk Reflect gets it done. Easy peasy. Easy does it. And still alive is Hype Boys. Great Monk ability there. Chazbat Gaming supporting Sandbox, who's doing pretty well so far. Who am I supporting? Nobody. I'm just casting this thing. It's interesting. People are really... when this match is over, we'll get more into the Mega Draft stuff and my opinions on it. But I think I'm probably... You guys know I'm a huge I'm a Mega Draft fan, and I like it a lot. And I'm very curious to see what it's like this season. I tend to reserve... I know a lot of people in the community, when they see an announcement, a balance change, a quality of life change, when they see any change, the first reaction is to be very upset about change. I want to wait until I see things in action and then make my judgment there. But I have some thoughts, and I'll share them, after we get through this match. Geralt's RG deck is awesome. Yeah, it's a good deck. It's a very good deck. Very powerful indeed. Let's see. Moelight or Morten, who's better? Mohamed Light's the best player on the planet. Mohamed Light might be the best player who's ever played the game. Probably is. Morten's longevity is wildly impressive. But I don't think there's any debate that Mohamed Light's the best player in Clash Royale. I think that people who entertain a debate are just looking for something to talk about. Or they're haters. One of those two. When I'm American, do I mean biscuit or cookie? What I mean is one of these. An actual biscuit. Like a breakfast biscuit. Mrs. Slayton knows I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so she brought me something in because she's super cool. Let's go jump into Game 5 of this set. Betfas has a chance to close things out once again. Geralt would really love to send his team to that 1v1, as they are still without a match win in this competition. And Fisherman will be really nice. I mean, Fisherman plus E-Giant for Geralt. It's been, I mean, again, the deck choices from this Hype Boys team have been very narrow. The RG was a nice deviation. And now here we go, E-Giant Balloon. So just as I say that, we saw E-Giant Minor earlier, and now we see E-Giant Loon. And a really phenomenal bit of control here from Betfas. And he's just going to load up. I don't know about this load up. It will leave them even, though. Actually leaves Betfas 1 ahead in Elixir. Very nice. So slowing things down here. Bomb Tower, Ice Spirit, 2 buildings, and a Musketeer. Can Geralt break through all of that? Not to mention the bomb, the knockback bomb of the Mighty Miner. And Betfas just goes crazy aggressive in the opposite lane here. King Tower activation done easily, but a lot of damage. And as I say often, at what cost for that King Tower activation? Now no buildings are going to be available. Oh, never mind. The cycle's so fast. And Goblin still even hit after all of that. Guys, if any member of Hype Boys ever invites you to go to Las Vegas, just say no thank you. Because nothing goes their way. As they say, some people say you make your own luck. Some people say it's better to be lucky than good. Today, a lot of things just going wrong. And again, measured response from Betfas. 2 buildings, Fireball, Musketeer, Ice Spirit. And now we can just sit back and play defense. He's going to still get aggressive. And he cycles so fast that there's no way that he's ever going to have a lack of response. Final 80 seconds, and it just feels like we are waiting out the clock. Now, as you just saw there, the X Factor. Can this Golden Knight do Golden Knight things? Drill goes in other direction. Nice log to predict. Doesn't get much. Loon doesn't connect anyway. Betfas really keeping his foot on the gas here, despite the significant advantage. Maybe just not wanting to give a chance for the Golden Knight to do what Golden Knights do. Fireball in, GG, well played. There you go, Tribe Gaming stays undefeated. Hype Boys remains without a victory. Very well done for Betfas today, who's certainly the MVP of this matchup. 3-2, 3-2. Not only does Tribe Gaming win this one, but maybe even more importantly, Tribe Gaming wins it with 2 sets rather than 1. Getting themselves some more points, a chance to move up in the leaderboard. Of course, all you got to do is make top 6, but again, then they'll go into, when they go into bracket, you'll have seeding for that bracket. Carson Newman asking, Rich, who are your top 5 players right now? Mo, Lucas, Mugi, do I want to say, it's one of those things like, Mugi's the hardest one I think to call right now just because he is a top 5 player, but he's not having a top 5 performance right now. But he just came off like a, what did he finish at Worlds? Like, he finished high at Worlds too. Let me think about that for a minute before I actually just start rattling off names. Can Surgical Goblin come back in his OG form? I don't know. Surgical Goblin is playing very well in this tournament. He's playing very, very well in this tournament overall. And guys, speaking of that, let's take a look at the lineup for today. Morten in there for sure. We just saw Tribe Gaming, 2-0 Hype Boys. Next up, SK Gaming and Morten up against SK CALALAS. After that, we'll have Chivas Esports versus PUIGINS. And then Queso versus Strangers. And this list is pretty good. Mo, Mugi, Morten, Lucas, Sam. That's a pretty good argument. I don't think Pedro's earned a top 5, has earned the ability to be called top 5 players right now. And again, I don't put, a ladder is very important, but you gotta take ladder, and you gotta take, we're talking competitive. Right, you gotta take competitive versus ladder. Mugi got top 4 in World Finals. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Mugi's top 5, for sure. I can't hold the Swiss bracket against him. Next Queso Cup, can we see different teams, or will these teams like? You know, actually, I need to double check on what that looks like. Who will win this CRL 23? Oh, wrong place. All right, next up, SK Gaming versus SK CALALAS. SK's opening set will be Sam, Morten, and Faust. SK CALALAS, Shot CALALAS will bring out Vitor, Sub, and Adriel for Shot CALALAS. And that squad, Vitor, Sub, Adriel, also running out is Pedro and Ruben. We'll see if those guys get in the mix into the next set. SK Gaming, we're going to see Morten, Sam, and Faust the whole time, but julesy's on the lineup. He's just there as a backup player in case maybe someone gets sick or has to go do something else for a weekend. Who knows what it is. But either way, we will not be seeing those guys today. Or not be seeing julesy in the lineup. Most likely ever, but definitely not today. Do I think Morten will secure the win? So this is the other big one, right? This is a very important one for Shot CALALAS because, or not for Shot, but for SK Gaming. They haven't had an opportunity. They haven't had a win yet either. So they need to get it. Let's go take a look at our leaderboard right now as Tribe Gaming temporarily takes control of first place here from PUIGINS. So Tribe Gaming holding on at the moment to our top spot. We'll see if PUIGINS can get that back later today. And you're going to see Hype Boys 0-4. Chances of trying to make it into that top 6. You see green goes on, blue goes home. Chances of trying to make that into the top 6 getting worse and worse for Hype Boys. So certainly not how they envisioned this competition going. Tribe, though, popping off here. The Tribe versus PUIGINS matchup, when it does happen, which I believe is week 6, is day 6. Yeah, that'll be on Saturday. That will be a fun one. And of course, you see this matchup, very important. SK Gaming in 7th place. They desperately need a win. SK Shot CALALAS in 4th. Not really in danger of dropping to the bottom of the table as of yet, with some breathing room. But SK, whew, they need it. They certainly did, and they need it now. What's your opinion on will they change Path of Legends Mega Draft? So here's my opinion on the Mega Draft Path of Legends, right? You can't... People complain about the game being stale, the game being the same thing all the time. They want something new. This is something new. This is something different. So I at some point, we have to make a choice between, do we want the game to stay the exact same all the time, or do we want something really different? And this is something really different. So it's a huge change. It's an interesting change, and it's one that I'm very curious to see how it plays out. But I think it is. It's going to be some growing pains, but it's good to try. It's good to try it, and that's what I'm in favor of here. OP Sam going fairly meta here, and ooh, Vitor going with looks like the exact same thing. Trelm asking, what do I think about Vitor? I think Vitor's great. I think he's a really good player, really good guy. One of the nicest people in the community overall. Rhino, absolutely. But it's part of the job. You got to answer the same questions a bunch. I always enjoy a new question never heard, though, before. Cards in Path of Legend are level capped at level 11. For more information, you go to this article by Royale API. Path of Legends info right there on Royale API. Haven't seen this mirror match play out very often. Sam leading for the moment with both elixir and damage. You know, every mirror match has its idiosyncrasies, and some people think a mirror match is the ultimate test of who's better. But really, the mirror match tends to be the ultimate test of who knows how to play the mirror, what the keys are to winning that mirror better than the other, and cycle. So Vitor dual laning it while Sam playing hard all in the right lane. Miner trying to predict there maybe out of Vitor. Adam Helpless saying, does answering the same question get tiring? No, I love it. It's my favorite thing. So far, Sam getting way better in these exchanges. And one big difference is Sam's just doing a good job of getting miners on towers. So far, Vitor has not been successful with the miner play. And Sam just continuing to get miners. And you see Vitor playing this very aggressive right at the bridge, while Sam has been playing this very passively from the back. And again, Vitor continues to get very aggressive. That's a well-timed miner, forces the Phoenix out. And now Vitor will get some nice damage to put this thing a little close. 22:59 on that bottom left-hand tower with 75 seconds left. Vitor's suddenly back in it. Protecting these archers seems to be a key factor in how you play this one. Prince nicely timed there from Sam to get that miner out of the game very quickly. That bandit picked up the bandit. The arrows were nice from Vitor. Sam able to control. 21:43 to 21:07. The left lane is still the key lane, but keep in mind that Sam does have good dual lane damage, and a miner to the right could be a game changer at any moment. And there he goes, wall breaker to the right, bandit low, and she does not pick up the miner, but a wall breaker connection for Sam is really big. Huge wall breaker connection for Sam, but the miner work from Vitor. And the bandit does not catch. The wall breakers both connect. The wall breakers both connect, and OP Sam opens things up with a big win there for SK Gaming. What happened with that wall breaker connection? Let's go back, take a look at the ending here. So here we go. As I said, the right-hand lane, because Sam has options, would end up being a really compelling problem. And these bandits don't quite pick up these miners. 18-18 you see top, and the miner down here gives the lead ever so slightly towards Vitor. And it's just, he had nothing. He had nothing that was in cycle that was cheap enough to handle those wall breakers. So let's go back here for a second. We'll take a look at some of these things, right? So let's go back and let this play out here. So Mega Knight, Bird, Prince. Just looking at what Vitor's playing on the left-hand lane. And this is that first wall breaker. So miner comes down. Offensively, it's a lot of damage here. Bandit and wall breakers go to the right, and one wall breaker connects. And that was a huge wall breaker connection. Now that the arrows are out, and that was just smart. Sam sees the arrows go out, trying to make damage on the right-hand side. Those arrows were, I think those arrows, maybe not the best choice. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 here. as Sam goes against Sub. The offensive arrows from Vitor, not the idea there. And now Sam goes Golem. And they've switched back. Remember, Sam top of the screen, Sub now at the bottom. Sam played game number 1 from the bottom. SK gaming not the same order as CALALAS. It's kind of a weird, confusing thing. Shock CALALAS, also same organization as PUIGINS. SK Gaming, you can see their logos are very different. And Golem going to get a lot here for Sam. SK Gaming will play more Golem than you might think. Last year in CRL, Morten faced Mohamed Light multiple times throughout the year in 2022. Played Golem against Mo Light 3 times. Lost all 3 times. I even asked him about it at World Finals. I actually went to Morten and said, Morten, I want to ask you. And he goes, you want to ask about Golem? Right? He knew what I was going to ask about. And they were just looking for a good matchup. They thought they'd get a good matchup when they could play that Golem. It didn't work out. But maybe more than a lot of other orgs, SK's players will go Golem when they think they can find the matchup for it. Maybe some of that is a testament to how long they've been playing the game, and that Golden Knight somehow doesn't go to the Princess Tower. That might be a testament to how long a lot of SK Gaming players have been in the game at a high level, that they played when Golem was still a much more viable archetype. And so now that Golem is decent again with the Golden Knight NATO combo, they're able to play it in the right situation. And the Golem goes to the right one more time. The damage starting to come in for Sub. He keeps playing that miner like a tile off of that tower, and I'm not sure what's up. This is a lot on the right-hand side, though. And that Golden Knight, we might get a Golden Knight dash out of Sam here. Instead, we don't get it. Maybe did he use it earlier when I was looking over at the other tower? And that's a great lightning here. Continuing to get more and more on tower. Sam's going to wait out the Ice Spirit, wait out the Miner. Good patience here from OP Sam, as he just knows Sub's going to try to do all these control plays. And again, that one went to the Golden Knight and then didn't go to tower. Aggressive pile of rocks here from Sam in the right-hand lane. And a nice NATO there to make some room. Golden Knight comes in and gets the miner off the tower. Double bomb towering is Sub. Second Golem behind the push from OP Sam. And that's a great Electro Dragon in the middle, just to get involved in that bridge fight, or that river fight. The Electro Dragon has been such an X factor in this matchup. So much of what Sub would rely on defensively just seems like that Electro Dragon makes it into a problem. King Tower activation. Nice move from Sub. Nicer move from OP Sam. And Sam opens up 2-0. Very nicely played. Sam with a chance for a King of the Hill sweep here. We got another raid here. Another raid. Thank you, Mr. GCJ. GCJ. Thanks for the raid. We're popping off on both Twitch and YouTube today, folks. Whole lot of fun. Got almost 100 viewers on, got, what, 75 viewers right now on Twitch and another 1,000 on YouTube. Thanks, everybody. And, of course, you can see on YouTube the counter. 99,257. We are making that push for 100K. We're on the way. Is Mr. GCJ, that's not Juicy. I don't think that's Juicy. Is that Juicy J? I don't think so, because Juicy is Juicy JCR on Twitter. So GCJ, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that is. I don't think that's. But either way, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. All right, 2-0 for SK. Next up will be Adriel for SK CALALAS against xopxsam. Can Adriel get it done? Can he start? Can he start and then complete the reverse sweep? Adriel certainly has the talent. He has to go through a lot, though. Has to go through a lot. Has to go through Sam, Morten, and Faust. The best that Germany has to offer, really. Yeah, that's not Juicy J. It wouldn't be a 15-viewer raid. But thank you, GCJ. Mr. GCJ. That does make things confusing when you say it out loud. So Adriel opens up with the miner. We've seen some in progress balance changes. We have seen some potential changes for the miner income. Should it be a HP nerf or should it be a damage nerf? Miner fits in so many things, and I think that, honestly, I think it's because oh, GJC. Sorry, GJC. My bad. GJC for those on Twitch. Sorry, guys. I'm casting an esports tournament, working on YouTube and Twitch. I'm also producing this thing. GJC, not GCJ. But back to the action here as Adriel goes the Royal Giant up high. I think that I've talked a lot about the Monk lately and how the Monk's multi-layers of gameplay make it interesting. I think the Miner is the coolest card in all of Clash Royale. It's the most interesting card because it's the only card that can be played. It's the only troop. It's drill now, kind of. It's just so flexible, it can be played on literally any tile on the board. It makes for really interesting gameplay. I think the game is better for the miner being in it. The question is, how strong should it be? Should miner be more of a mini tank that you throw out on the board? It does very little damage. Or should it be like a flexible, not quite glass cannon because it's not ranged, but should it be a really flexible, quick damage dealer that has some tanking ability? I tend to lead towards the former there. And it's better as a low damage dealing mini tank. That Golden Knight dash to his doom. RG down to the right-hand lane. One shot in for Adriel, and then a connection on the left-hand side as well. And nice play by Adriel. He's not going to get the King Tower activation here, though. Just pulling off the tower. But that does still leave Sam with the lead with 90 seconds left. And does he? No, he miners to the outside here. Poison will not get these goblins until they come around and take care of the miner first. Lots of damage in, though. And now that we're entering triple, Sam can just play a pile of defense and then miner poison his way out. He might not even miner that much on offense here. He might use miners more just to play shutdown D. The reflection from the monk on the bomb tower is not insignificant, but not going to matter so much here. NATO's everything back. We'll be back to bomb tower here in just a second. And doesn't even need it. He can use it for the other RG. Sam has this locked. Unless we see a big mistake. And this miner will just go to seal the deal. Ewiz picks it up. Reflection. 18-13. RG to the right-hand lane. Bomb tower plus fireball. NATO will pull this back. And that's going to be, I believe, sufficient with the Ice Spirit. And there you go. OP Sam. 3-0. King of the Hill sweep to kick things off for SK Gaming. GG, well played. Set number 1 going to SK. Let's see, looking at the Twitch chat for a second. Take away the spade, then it'll be fine. Just make a miner do no damage. Miner heals tower. Miner was never the problem. Spells are. Spells have been nerfed a lot, though. Tornado pulls stuff together. It'd be cool if Snowball pushed things more. Snowball used to push things more. So there you go. Poison lasts a little bit too long, says Evil over on the YouTube. Poison miner combo is the problem. Poison by itself OP. It's OP because miner forces a defense, and the poison leads to defense. Yeah, I feel you on that one. The adding slow back into poison also had an impact as well. What's your schedule for the next 10 days? This is day 6 of 10 days in a row of casting, so only this and 3 more days of this big run, and it's this competition today and 3 more days. Queso Cup today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday to finish out the league stage. Poison is OP. Tornado Poison is also broken. Lots of different thoughts here on what's broken. Nerf Golden Knight, Miner, and NATO. Well, I believe that I saw in the in-progress balance changes that there were Golden Knight and Miner stuff in the works. NATO, it's hard to nerf and not kill. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here for a second. Reminder, Tribe Gaming in the lead. Shot CALALAS with a loss here would just kind of stay right in the middle. But it would take SK Gaming up and give them a chance. With Queso and Strangers playing today, it wouldn't be able to bump them over because I believe of the plus minus in sets. Actually, no. If they can 2-0 and one of them 0-2. So SK Gaming with a chance to jump over one of those 2 teams if the loser gets blown out here. That's your situation. Starting number 2, set number 2, SK Gaming will go Morten, Sam, and Faust. And then CALALAS will go Pedro, Sub, and Vitor. So there we go. That's the orders here. Hey, almost to 99.993. Look at that. We're 27 people away from 99,300 subs. Are there 27 of you who like Clash Royale Esports and want to see more of it? Or are there 27 of you who just have never subbed to a YouTube channel and want to know what it's like? Well, you 27, you're in luck, because both those things can be accomplished by subbing to my channel right now and getting us to 99,300 subscribers on YouTube. You could watch Clash Royale Esports, or you could sub to somebody for the first time and figure out, hey, they notify me more when this person streams and puts up videos. That's pretty cool. Appreciate it if you would. And otherwise, just enjoy this. Let's see. Looking at the chats one more time. Please show leaderboard. I just did show the leaderboard a minute ago. Getting ready for this next set to kick off. And let's see. Do I watch anime? I have watched some animes, but not a ton of them. I mean, obviously, Death Note watched in full. Super awesome. I've watched a lot of Sword Art Online. I need to pick it back up again. I've been so busy. but I don't watch like a ton of anime. Do I wish NATO was different? I don't know, because NATO is kind of what keeps Hog Rider in control. Right? Hog Rider isn't OP, but it's partially because NATO. Here we go. Let's jump into our first game of this set. Pedro and Morten. Any comment on Ryan and Ely? On Riley and Ian? They're both great players with successful YouTube channels. And the Goten starts coming out. What is your preference, YouTube streaming or Twitch? It depends on what I'm doing. For Clash Royale Esports, YouTube for sure. Because I am not like a regular streamer. When I stream other stuff, I'll stream on Twitch. Like when I stream other games. And nice King Tower activation there from Morten. And up against this Ram Rider could be impactful. And not sure what Morten's plan is for these Inferno Dragons, which will be very nice for Pedro. So, almost through the first 2 minutes, and the only real significant item here so far is that King Tower activation. I don't know what Morten's plan is to deal with the Inferno Dragon as time goes on. The bird going to be helpful here, but not a game changer. And now he's just loading up. And there you go. Distracting it is certainly one way to handle it. Pedro now has the Magic Archer to the left, and Fisherman has been working well for Morten so far. You got to wonder at what point does Pedro begin throwing Ram Riders. He might wait all the way until triple to get a Ram Rider out there and just not overspend here. Both these guys playing very, very tentatively early on. Here we are in sudden death. Just really minor chip damage on both sides. And Morten takes advantage of a cycled Magic Archer in the back, taking his Fireball in the mix. And Goblins once again doing good stuff for Morten with this Inferno Dragon, but the bird gets distracted and does not go to the Inferno. Ram Rider gets taken care of as Pedro finally pulls the trigger there. Fisherman plus King Tower will be very difficult for that Ram Rider. And will there be a reflection from Morten here offensively? And there is, to get more chip from that Magic Archer. So a couple of really nice plays from Morten. The King Tower activation, and now this chip here. And that's a really good monk from Pedro that does sneak through for the connection. So now gameplay switched over to the left-hand lane with 40 seconds left. Royal Giant finally comes down at this late stage and has no protection here. Never mind, the Inferno Dragon was on the Monk. The Inferno Dragon was all over the Monk, and now 1174 with 25 seconds left. And will the Monk be able to get... Oh, and that knockback's going to be so nice for Morten. Magic Archer picked up This is some really, really nice gameplay out of Morten here. SK Gaming, just playing different today. GG, well played. Game 1 of this King of the Hill set goes to SK. Let's go take a look at 2 key moments from this game. First one, the nice King Tower activation that I think let me fast forward us to it. I believe it should be pretty close here. And we're almost there. Here we go. So the Magic Archer, Fisherman pulls, and this is just very nice. And makes the defenses against that Ram Rider so easy by comparison. Solid King Tower activation out of Morten. And then the second very impactful gameplay moment. We'll take this forward just a little bit here. And this is just, again, Morten playing clean. Gets the Monk down in front. Lets it get across the bridge here. Gets both the reflection from the Princess Tower and the Magic Archer. And that just opened this game wide open. Opened this game up. So Morten, up 1. Oh, look at that, 284. Hey, 285. 15 away from 99.3. Let's go. King Tower advantage was huge, says Daria. Yeah, I agree. Sub up next. Let's go. Right now, it's a 4-game sweep for SK Gaming. 4 games in a row. Tribe and PUIGINS have not played yet. To answer the question in Twitch chat, they'll be playing on day 6. This is day 4. Morten pumps up. Immediate lightning. Is Morten playing pump bow? Is Morten playing double spirit pump bow? And man, every exchange so far has not been good for him. Pumps up again, opposite side. This is bananas. This deck cycles like crazy. I mean, even if there's no champion, and there is, the 3-card cycle here is 4 elixir. Double Spirit Pump Bow for Morten. Pump Bow so far, I don't believe, has a single win in this competition. xopxsam played this last week. Can Morten get a better result? That pump is just chilling, by the way. And second pump down. And sub opts not to lightning. And lots of DPS here. Back to another. This deck cycles so quickly. That really felt like it should have been more damage. It felt like it should have, but it wasn't. And just pumping like crazy. RG, Firecracker, Bar Barrel, Lightning. A lot of things that are difficult for Expo. And now he bows up. Monk makes this even more annoying for Morten. I do not understand this deck pick. I know that maybe it's because they're streaming and they're trying to please the viewers. You guys are so close to sweeping. And pump all day. Firecracker chips the pump. Is there enough of an elixir advantage that Morten can get to find a way to connect with an Expo in this matchup? Is that even possible? Right now, it feels unlikely. You can't defensive Expo because, well, lightning. and just keep on pumping. Can you build up enough elixir before triple that you can do some crazy play here? He wants to find when the monk's out of cycle, maybe. That seems like the only real solution here, is find a chance when the monk is not available and then try to expo. But when's that going to be? When sub forgets that he has a monk? And there's a monk. I don't know if I've actually seen someone play a monk and do an expo yet. I don't play, you know, I don't play monk on ladder. I haven't encountered much expo on ladder. That was amusing. Well, there was a chance that it was going to be a nice clean run for SK Gaming. I really don't understand the pump bow pick. And, you know, they know more than I do. Maybe there's a certain matchup they're going for. Pump bow has showed up now Pump bow is now 0-4 in this tournament. Because you're playing a meta. You're playing in a meta that has a ton of Royal Giant, Mega Knight, Cannon Cart, EQ, like just the meta. The meta has so many cards that make life really difficult for Expo, and you're playing a variation of Expo that requires on breaking through. It doesn't even have a spell cycle attached to it. I just don't understand what the thought process is. I don't even know if Mo Light can win that with Pump Bow. Yeah. That's craziness. Monk is a hard counter. Yeah. Monk RG, real hard counter. That was just wild. Here we go. Decent deck if played well, bad matchup. But how many good matchups are there in the current meta for that deck? That's what I'm saying. How often do you get a decent matchup with that deck right now? Mehdi's saying he was trying to have fun when they're facing the possibility of not qualifying for the next stage in a tournament with money on the line. Maybe they don't care about the money. I don't know. Deck is somehow top 1 on ladder. We'll see what it's like at the end of the season. And I'll tell you this, guys, as I'm watching through all this, nothing about... As I'm watching these King of the Hill sets, and now this is day 4 of this competition, where you've watched primarily King of the Hill with no deck restrictions. I think deck restrictions are exceptionally healthy for competitive play. Controversial opinion here, Slayton. Yeah. Now, I prefer normal duels to in-game duels by far, because in-game duels end up often resulting in some safe picks as well, as opposed to some creativity. But King of the Hill could use something. Could use maybe not the dual mode, maybe not like the Master Style dual mode, which I think is actually also interesting. But maybe a ban or two, a pre-submitted, like a preemptive ban or two. Just because in the last, we've seen so much deck repetition. And while we saw Morten running Golem... No, we saw it the second time we've seen Sam. We saw Sam run Golem to end our last set. So Sam goes Golem again with the Electro Dragon again. And he's just gonna eat all of that on the right and load up big on the left. Electro Dragon, Golden Knight, and now Barb Barrel, maybe trying to turn the Mega Knight away, and it does. Now you have Bird, Electro Dragon, Golden Knight all behind this Golem push. Sam better hope this works. Tons of damage in both lanes for Sub. Brawler now gives him some dual lane options. But that right-hand tower, very, very low, and this time Sam can't ignore the wall breakers. You know, the thing about this deck, and I've talked about this the other day a little bit on our Royale Masters, is there's just so much stuff to worry about. Wow, that cage just barely kept the Prince off the tower. Miner, though, doing its job. There are so many ways this deck that Sub's running can beat you. You can just Miner, obviously. Wall breakers, clearly. The Mega Knight and Prince can overwhelm. You can lose Crack of a Bandit as you're trying to do everything, and Bandit only costs 3. There's just so many ways this deck can beat you. Which is why it's so popular right now. Plus, no champion. So expect to see this deck in the mix in dual modes. Wall breakers held off by the NATO. Prince, though, goes on the left-hand side. That's got to be it. You have no NATO for the Miner. Does that Bird stop it? Arrows will finish the game. And AK again, why does Sub keep putting his Miner one tile away from the tower? I don't know, man. Maybe Sub is playing on a tiny phone and has giant fingers. I have no idea. I have absolutely no answer for that. I asked that same thing earlier. Sub's Miners always seem to go one tile away from the tower. And it's either the most interesting strategy choice of all time, or there's something weird going on. Mo will play today. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube in the description, you can get today's lineup of matches and the full rosters for every team. Rich, any ideas to counter MK wall breakers in competitive? Yes, actually, I asked Jebas about this the other day, and the best counter for MK wall breakers is Giant Skeleton Graveyard. Giant Skeleton Graveyard. Lots of GY Skelly decks can do it, but Giant Skeleton Graveyard, like the Fisherman Zappies Skeleton King. Also, Skeleton King Royal Giant Zappies Mother Witch, and Royal Giant Giant Skeleton. But Giant Skeleton does factor into a lot of the big ones, which is why I said that earlier. Sub's Miner placement prevents NATOs and building catches. By being one tower off? By being one tower away? Oh, I guess you're trying to avoid... You're avoiding being NATO to King Tower. Very interesting. So I see everyone's weighing in. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Very, very interesting. Because I've been casting Clash Royale now for, let's see, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is my 6th year of casting Clash Royale, and I have never seen anybody playing that Miner placement consistently one tile away from the tower. So until Sub, first time in 6 years. It's interesting how this game can still evolve even now. And Faust looking like Golem. Sub playing the exact anti, and maybe Sub thinking that Faust would go the Miner MK Wall Breakers deck. And that's why he picked this deck here. I mean, maybe Sub thinking that Faust would pick that. Solid NATO. Faust needs more to keep that giant skeleton off tower. And I think it might have just barely walked into range. King Tower activation is important, but does that bomb hit? Yes, it does. And Golem just gets absolutely shredded. It looks like we're going to be going to a third set. I mean, Golden Knight does some Golden Knight stuff and doesn't even get on tower. I just don't understand the Expo pick. You were team SK Gaming 4-0, and then Expo pump. Pump Bow with such little chance of getting on tower. And now Sub gets the reverse, gets the sweep against SK Gaming. And once again, SK Gaming finds themselves in a third set. Fascinating. So, good at safe spot, gets caught by Cage in front of the tower, and then the side miner stays out of NATO play, NATO position. Fascinating. In 6 years, I've never seen it. Very interesting. Let's see. One tournament in 5 years isn't the second Bizon's on number 1 position. That's not a lot. My point is Morten still stands that individual player. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. How did Chivas do? They have not played yet. Chivas will be playing in a little bit. There's your matchups list. 1v1 in-game duel coming soon. This is the best color amongst your shades. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Let's see. I thought the outside connection spot. No, what they mean. What we're not talking about the number 1 spot, which is the top outside corner of the tower, does guarantee no NATO play. But any other spot can be NATO'd. What we're talking about is if you play on that top spot, that top corner, a Cage can catch the miner, and then any other spot would be NATOable. So playing the away from the Cage catch, but not onto the tower directly, like off the tower a bit, prevents NATO. Very interesting. Never even thought about that before. Someone said quit line. I have no idea what they mean by that. Let's see. Plenty. I'm still trying to get through some of this YouTube chat here. Oh, what's that dope hummus recipe? Oh, good question. I'll post it on Twitter. Not right now, but I'll post it on Twitter. If you don't see it later today, message me, be like, "Hey, Rich, where's that hummus recipe?" And I'll post it. It's very good though. I also have a really great recipe for homemade Chipotle hot sauce. Great on eggs. Great on everything, but great on eggs. Let's see. Someone's saying people have done a lot this year on your channels, didn't observe it. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't noticed it very much. I haven't noticed it. Okay, let's put it this way. I haven't noticed it to the point where it's been so, I'm like, hey, he's doing that every single time. I called it out. So maybe it's been done here and there, but I haven't noticed it being that many times in one game. Dude, let them play whatever they want. They can play whatever they want. Just they might lose. Oh yeah, I'll go. Yeah, Santiago. Let them play whatever they want. Play whatever you want. Just if I think something's a bad call, I'm gonna call it out. It's kind of what the job is here. I didn't watch it, but the Pump had Mighty Miner. Yeah, it was the Pump Mighty Miner, and maybe it's meta, but it's not. I still don't think it's great and competitive because most of competitive will counter it. Look, I'm also going to offer my opinions on things. It's kind of like what I do here. So if you don't ever want to hear my opinion, then maybe go watch in Spanish or something. You know what I mean? SK Gaming's deck choices are beyond my understanding. Yeah, I agree. All right, it's going to be Sub versus Morten in-game duel to decide whether SK Gaming also falls to 0-4 or whether they're able to get in the winner's column and kind of keep this hope alive. And it's just shocking that they're not having success. And they've had some, with every day, they've had some strange deck picks. Now, keep in mind, actually, I want to point this out. Julesy's not picking decks for SK Gaming. they're picking their own decks here. julesy is on the roster as a backup player, but he's asleep. He's in Vietnam. He's asleep right now, so he's not picking decks for them. They're doing their own deck picking, and it's been interesting. Let's put it that way. Any counter to GK NATO? Well, that's why they're getting nerfed. Let's see. Full team lineup and rosters in the description. Yep, for everything. And of course, our next match after this one is going to be Chivas versus PUIGINS. So you want to see Mo? Stick around after this best of 3. We'll see it. What's in the pink briefcase? When I hit 100K, we'll find out. Let's see. julesy for duel. I'm all for it. Scrambled eggs. Yeah, it's great on scrambled eggs. It's great on all kind of eggs. Also great in chili, too. If you're doing a little homemade chili. Hold on. Where's Andrew Guy? I have a huge crush on him. Sorry, he's taken. Got a lovely girlfriend. All right, coming up soon. Let's do it. Can Morten clutch this one? Morten plays a lot of Expo on his YouTube channel. I'm sure it's a Expo is great for pleasing viewers. That's actually what Expo is best for, is for getting views. Who cares? Based comment. And spamming will result in being timed out. Don't spam your chats. So bomber means maybe it's E-Giant rather than Golem? Oh, and the wall breakers just sneak through. They just sneak through. And then Lumberjack. Okay. And Morten, no elixir for those archers. And everything that could go wrong in game 1 did go wrong. I guess that's Golem again. This the SK Gaming playing a lot of Golem, a lot of Expo. Maybe they're just playing this tournament for their Twitch streams. I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't know about some of these matchups. Sub having a pretty good tournament overall and a great day today. And Morten pumps up. Golden Knight does not get all the way through to the archers. And Prince will connect. Wall breakers will go boom, boom. Bandit will get on there, and that's GG on both towers. I see. Interesting. And I see a theory on. I see a theory, and I don't want to say that without it being real. And if that's the reason, then maybe then that's a fair enough reason. You know, Flobby, who we lost recently, was a Golem player. Maybe they're playing a lot of Golem to honor him. That's what someone's saying as in the Twitch chat. I don't know if that's true, but that would be a fair enough reason. And Hog Firecracker. Don't see a ton of Hog Firecracker. Not right now, at least, compared to when it was in its heyday. And he'll cut across, and then ability. Would have been nice for sub to get the reflection on a tower, but and sub just sitting back, letting Morten make some of these plays, knows he going to have a lot of ability to do damage late in game. Morten probably running bomb tower, I'm guessing. Firecracker rather than what's been much more popular with the Musketeer lately. And a couple nice shots at the Hog on the opposite lane here from Morten. And here comes the Royal Giant. And there is the bomb tower. And here comes the reflection from the Monk, which is going to make this a real problem. That bomb tower is not going to do much. And the Monk of Morten not going to help at all with the Royal Giant. And that's going to be GG, well played. 2-0 for sub. And SK CALALAS will improve to 3 wins. SK Gaming remains 0-4. So that's 2 of our 4 matches for the day. Done and dusted. Chivas versus PUIGINS up next. Amer asking, what are your thoughts for adding delay for spectators? Yeah, I like it. I think the only hard part there is it would make it very difficult to do some of the esports stuff when we're live, unless we're playing on a different dedicated server. Hit the subscribe button. Road to 100K. Yes, sir. Let's take a look at the standings now after 2 matches today. You can see SK CALALAS. SK CALALAS moves up into 3rd place on the back of that 3rd win. Going to be looking to see if PUIGINS can get their win here, if their mates on the same organization leave the door open here at the top of the table. And SK Gaming will stay at the bottom with Hype Boys. And again, I'm not going to comment anymore on reasoning on what the choices are, on why things are going the way they are with SK. I know it's been a tough time for them as a team lately. Tough outing today here in this competition. Again, going back to our lineup for the day. Chivas Esports coming up next against Cal PUIGINS. Chivas Esports with Anaban, DiegoB, Ardentoas, Hasiel, and Pompeyo. PUIGINS with the insane lineup of Mohamed, Light, Lucas, Mugi, and Griko. You know you're stacked when Griko is the worst player on your team. when a world-class player is the worst player on your team, you know you're pretty stacked. So there you go. Killer lineup there for PUIGINS. We'll be seeing them pretty soon. The starting lineup here in our first set for Chivas: Pompeyo, DiegoB and Ardentoas. PUIGINS with Griko, Lucas, and Mohamed Light. So we'll see if Mohamed Light... Hey, 99-3, let's go! We're getting so close to the next thing. We're getting so close. Man, 99-4's next? And then 5? And then let me eat this biscuit. Then 100,000 pretty soon. And you'll be a part of it. Let's go. Who allowed that lineup is maybe the funniest thing. Yep. Hoping for a Hasiel sweep. Says S. And again, if you're not listening, here are those lineups for each one. They are also, again, in YouTube, today's order and the lineup is in the chat. Order and rosters, I mean. Arada is saying that Pompeyo is asleep. What? Is Pompeyo actually asleep right now? There is no way. There is no way. I'm getting word from from one of the coaches for Chivas that Pompeyo is supposed to be their first player is maybe asleep. Someone saying he is. Is he really? Is he really just asleep right now? What's your favorite player in this tour? Yours are EGW and Anaban. Interesting choice. Interesting choices. EGW has been fun to watch. It feels like he just has the tiniest bit of tightening up of his game to do, and he could really take a big leap up. Let's see. We're still open at the pink box at 100,000. Yeah, of course we are. There are 2 more matches for those of you asking. Right about now, it's going to be Chivas and PUIGINS, and then Queso versus Strangers afterwards. Let's see. Well, I don't know what they're going to do here. I'm not in the League Ops Discord. Pompeyo party trying to get creator code. Maybe. Hey, like the stream up. Thank you, Ray Cal. Yeah, here's some easy ways to support competitive Clash Royale and help make events like this continue to be viable and possible. Being here is a great thing to do. Subscribing helps me out a lot. If you like the stream, and I see we got like 324 likes right now, if you like the stream, that helps boost its visibility to other people who are searching for Clash Royale content, help them come here and discover Clash Royale esports. The more people who get into Clash Royale esports, the more Clash Royale esports can grow and do more cool different things. So any way that you find to support, it's super appreciated. But overall, grow the sport. You know what I mean? Just like they say for disc golf, grow the sport. I had to bring it back. You know what I mean? Buckets. Let's see. Fast match. Yeah, we're taking time. We're waiting on what's. I don't have visibility on the League Ops side of things, so we're waiting to see what happens. Let's see. Wait, is that an instant set win if Pompeyo doesn't show up? I don't know what the result would be. What's the background music? I don't know what this one is called. Let me see if I can find it for you. What is this one called? It's from a big playlist of stuff I got from Epidemic Sound. Chestnut asking, what putters do you use? My main putter for actual putting is a Magic Triple Soft, right? Super stupid soft. I think I'm one of like the 5 people who actually play a Magic. Yeah, I like its gateway. It's I play that putter for actual putting. For more distance, I have an AVR Pro in my bag. I have the Macbeth 6-time Luna in my bag that I'm getting ready to start learning. I haven't thrown on the course yet. I've just been playing with my backyard a little bit. But that's sort of the putters. But yeah, that's what I mostly play. I warm up with my Magics for actual putting. Then who's the disc golf goat? Macbeth or Climo? God, that's so hard to call, right? Climo, what, like how many world championships? Like 13. But he was playing against people who didn't take the sport anywhere near as seriously, right? So it's so hard. It's kind of like when you're evaluating anybody now who play, like top baseball players now versus Babe Ruth, right? Babe Ruth played against guys who were... Babe Ruth was a full-time baseball player who played against guys who were like part-time plumbers and stuff, right? So, like, how good was Babe Ruth really? Climo certainly, like, the OG GOAT and first ballot Hall of Famer on the Mount Rushmore of disc golf. But he played against guys who were so nowhere near as dedicated as he was. The question is, what's Climo like? What is a young Climo like playing with the technology we have now in the kind of field that we have now? And that's the hard question there. And it's an unanswerable question. So, Pioneer Climo winning 6 world championships in this era, really impressive for McBeast. Any other hobbies? Not as much now. I used to have a lot more different hobbies, but pretty much my primary hobby is disc golf outside of all this stuff. You know, family time. But disc golf is pretty much the primary hobby. I guess it was a time zone question. I don't know what's going on here. This match is severely delayed. Let's see. Do I have a code? Yes, I do. I do have a code. You ready for it? Boom! Code RICH right down there. Use code RICH in the chat and when you're doing Supercell purchases. I've seen the comment about delay. I think one big thing is adding spectator delay. I think would change their computing needs drastically. I don't know for sure. Hello, Slayton. I'm eating a salmon. Comment of the day. Farzin. Comment of the day so far. Hello, Slayton. I'm eating a salmon is today's leading comment. No debate there. Do I have cod? No, salmon. Let's see. Happy to answer other questions. I can talk disc golf the entire time. Shoot at the many chance to determine who wins the next match. Buckets. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Going through more. How do you like the new Mega Draft Challenge? It's fun. I'm finding it harder than I thought. If all the CR pros had a boxing tournament, who would win? All of the active CR pros? I mean, Lapo has gotten ripped. SB has gotten really, really ripped too. I think Doom, though. Okay, so here's the thing about fighting, right? You can't just be in shape and have learned technique. You have to be willing to hurt somebody. And like, it's one of those things where I don't have that fighter like gene in me, right? I've trained jiu-jitsu, trained Muay Thai. I'm decently talented, but I don't have that thing in me where I'm like down, where I'm like, where I will stop myself from holding back hurting somebody in competition, right? Which is why, like, you'll never compete. I competed once in jiu-jitsu and I was like, oh, these guys actually want to rip my arm off, and I'm not going to crank them the way they'll crank me because I don't want to hurt somebody. I think Doom has that thing in him. I think he does. So in a CR boxing tournament, Doom is my pick 100%. I think he has the thing where he'd let those hands go. You know what I mean? That's my having been a mixed martial arts commentator before I did Clash Royale for many years. I worked as a play-by-play commentator in mixed martial arts. That is my educated, formally professional opinion. So there you go. Has Mo played? No, he's supposed to be playing very soon. We'll see. What's your favorite scene of the hit movie Morbius? The credits. Let's see, what else? How'd you get into casting? I opened it. There's actually an entire video on YouTube on Rosé's channel where he interviewed me for like an hour, and I told the entire story of how I got into casting. So, you know what? I will go ahead and share that with you here. Some of it might not be family-friendly. I don't remember this interview entirely. I think I was kind of like loose with it. But if you want to know the whole story of how I got into casting, it's there on There it is. There it is on Rose J's channel from a while back. Whether CRL will think about World Championship with team battles. Nope. Not in the way... CRL will never go back to being teams the way that you previously knew it. That's not happening. Someone said gotta be Morten for the boxing thing. I don't think so. I think I'm very, very accurate with my evaluation. Ox saying Doom would get tossed by Betfas. I've never met Betfas. Does he have that dog in him? Does Betfas have the dog in him? That's crazy. Let's see. Any more games today? Yes, we're waiting on our third of 4 matches. We're waiting to start our Chivas versus PUIGINS match, hopefully very soon here. Mega Draft, yeah, Mega Draft next season. I'm very excited about that. I already talked about it. This is where Mo ranks last. Yeah, I mean, like, Mo would get bounced out of the tournament in the first round, unless he got a great matchup. Mo's not going to win any boxing tournaments. Morten has a good reach. Oxley hit the gym. Yeah, but you got to have that dog in you to win a fight. It's a whole different thing. Let's see. You make a separate video for opening the pink box? I don't know about a separate video. Favorite place you travel while being a caster? Tokyo for sure. Tokyo was fire. So Diego is in for Pompeyo. They finally resolved it. Yeah, no. Tokyo was the best by far. Would do again. How's your jiu-jitsu going? I'm not even doing jiu-jitsu anymore. I get too injured. I have too many like knee and shoulder problems to do jiu-jitsu, and rib, like separated rib, torn labrum in my shoulder, 2 knee surgeries. No more jiu-jitsu for me. Is your real name Rich? Yeah, it is. Did I watch John Wick 4? Not yet. If you can be a character in CR, who would you be? Lumberjack parties. Let's see. The best channel to eat while eating to watch while eating dinner. Oh, but Miner travels fast. That could be nice too. Any update about how long it will take? Hopefully very soon. How is the story about you becoming a CR host? I linked the video above. The video I just linked in chat above. You can go see the whole story there. Let's see. Which decks do I suggest for the upcoming season? Let's wait till balance changes come out. I'll have to settle out for a little bit. Let's see. Next match, please. Hey, we're finally in it. Let's go. Took a while, but they finally sorted it out, and we are into gameplay. DiegoB up against Griko. Finally at it. Not a moment too soon. Ox saying that Mo has a good calf kick. I don't think so. Most recent movie I've watched. I'm not sure, actually. Why Wizard's not in the meta? Because Wizard's not very good. It costs too much to give you too little. So I think it'll be the same overall lineup order, but DiegoB just taking Pompeyo's position here. And there is definitely this time of year, all the different time zone challenges are certainly a consideration. How come the regular miner is faster with a shovel than walking? Magic, dude. Oh, Diego's already 2. I guess they just gave a free win for game 1. There we go. Free win for game 1 because Pompeyo missed. There you go. That's the accurate statement. High E-Wiz here does get onto the Inferno Dragon, but the Phoenix Bomb knocks the Inferno Dragon out of the way. So the Phoenix of Griko ends up helping out DiegoB a little bit. Very interesting. And Monk will do a little bit of knockback work here against the E-Giant. If you're able to time the Monk knockback plus the log together, the ability to kind of like juggle the E-Giant is really nice. Do we see a log here to knock back? We do, and just log Fireball. E-Giant will do a lot of damage, though. Huge lead right now for Diego. Or at least sizable. And Golden Knight will not get the dash off because of that log. Nicely played by Griko, holding on pretty well, or at least the best he can, as we go into triple elixir in a few seconds here. And that brawler shot was big. That just definitely changed what Griko has to do here. DiegoB doing very, very well. And just continues the shutdown plays, and now another E-Giant on tower. King Tower usually impactful, but Griko not able to get it into the mix until very late in this game. Probably too late to make a big difference. We'll see. And let's see if Diego is to protect against the E-Wiz here. Bar Barrel gets into the backfield and will do it. This is Griko's big and last shot right here. Needs the E-Wiz high. Bar Barrel comes out very well timed. NATO pulls back. And that's going to be it. Very nicely played by Diego. GG. Chivas evens things up. Nicely done. And here we go. Let's see. Vamos Chivas says Elmas. I'm not going to read that because I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what I'm saying. Is Ian's Hog Rider in love with Riley's princess? They might be. Half of me wants to see Mugi lose just so we can see Mo sweep. Well, Mugi is playing very late at night for Japan. I think it's like, I want to say it's 1 or 2 in the morning right now. In Japan, let me take a look. It's 3 in the morning right now. So it's late. It's pretty late for Mugi at the moment. Let's go ahead and jump into the next one. Lucas up. But it's also Lucas, not Mugi next. So there you go. Well, I know what Vamos means. I know that Vamos means let's go, but he wrote something. Oh, no, not Vamos. No, he said something else afterwards. It wasn't the Vamos. I know what Vamos Chivas means. That's fine. It's the thing he wrote afterwards, which I don't know what it meant. Everyone's seeing that. I think I didn't know what Vamos Chivas meant. It was something else you can go up in the chat. He wrote something else, and I just didn't know. It was his name I was saying. I didn't know. I didn't want to read. Elmas, and I don't know what the rest of his name is. But Vamos Chivas, I know. And as I was looking into that, DiegoB shredded the towers. Tower trade situation, but Diego comes out with the King Tower of Lucas in a whole lot of trouble. So I looked away for a minute trying to figure out what all that stuff was. And missed the big thing here. One second, folks. And I think Diego's not going to protect the Flying Machine, but it did his job anyway. Flying Machine did a ton of work there. This game's certainly not over. Because Diego really has to get on tower. He's not going to, it's going to be hard for him to arrow cycle his way into victory. But these recruits make it real annoying. And now Pigs, Mega Knight's not in cycle. And that should be enough to do it. And DiegoB, 2 up, 2 down. Playing Mega Knight, trying to force it through means easy job going with the Pigs. There you go. There we have it. They can repeat cards in this mode, yes. In King of the Hill, they can repeat. In King of the Hill, they can repeat. They just can't do it when we get into our third set. A scuff start, says Rhinocraft. I feel you on that one. Let's see. What L did I take there? It's fine. I take so many L's in these on these streams. Probably Lucas had a problem with his hair. Yeah, it's always in his way. Would you say Giants Golem is a good offensive card? It has, I mean, it's what it's best at doing is clogging up the bridge fights. But yeah, it also has offensive capability. But really what it's good at doing is just clogging up bridge fights and making things annoying for your opponent. Here we go. The guy you all wanted to see, Mohamed Light. Happy birthday! Spirit for Spirit. And not a lot of Valk out these days. Does Mohamed Light reverse sweep here? Or does Diego get the honor of sweeping the super team of PUIGINS? Rithindra saying, whose birthday was it? No, Mo used the happy birthday emote. That's a really nice E-Spirit from Mohamed Light to protect his Firecracker. And she'll stay on the board and work on the Miner. Great Spirit from Mohamed Light. And the Ice Spirit gives a little bit of an extra spray, and that's going to be a ton of damage from this Royal Giant, especially after the... Oh, and the Barb Barrel, too. I mean, come on! The sequences this guy does. And, yeah, it's just like... And Diego knows... Just the sequences. That whole sequence was all the things. All the things happened. The protection for The firecracker. The beautiful support at the bridge. He just threw lightning on a minor wall breakers push. Mo predicted Diego's entire career, says Rhino Craft. That was crazy. That firecracker, how? Or wow. It's just what he does, folks. It's not even like Diego did anything wrong. Mo just does everything right. Maybe he did something wrong in there. We'll look at the replay. But come on. Well, one down. One down. My word. He should consider playing this game professionally. That's my opinion. Let's look at I think I got the whole sequence here. Oh, no, I didn't get the Magic Archer play. Because I tried to capture everything. I didn't get the Magic Archer portion of it. Well, there was the Magic Archer pickup. If someone on Twitch could clip all of that, that would be amazing. If someone watching on Twitch could go back and clip that whole sequence, that would be super cool. And then watch this. Watch this. The bar barrel just blop, 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 blop. Yeah, if anybody watching on Twitch could just go clip the whole thing from the Magic Archer block there to what we're seeing right now to that ending, that would be, you'd be goated. Because that, yeah, the protection of that, this firecracker basically like got an AARP card. She was on there so long. That firecracker is so old she can drink in any country. That's craziness. I think that firecracker stayed on there so long she has kids now. All right, that's enough firecracker jokes. That was just craziness. Hello, firecracker. Yeah, someone please, let me know if you guys clipped that. That was wild. I was not able to pull the whole thing. Mo just warming up. Mo just warming up. Mohamed versus Ardentoas, and now Arden's not in clan. Ardentoas isn't here either? What? Arden's not here either? Chivas, what are you doing? Where are all your people? Is it really just that the time zone just changed, like, today? I don't think so. Where's your people? Chivas is gonna. Chivas had a good shot at set number 1, and they're gonna lose 2 games from players not being here. That's craziness. That's absolute craziness. And Arden just made it. Arden made it. All right. And now Pompeyo has joined too. Pom Sleepo? I got nothing there. Wow. Arden just made it in time. Just ridiculous. Get it together. Get it together, Sleepeo. Pomp Snooze. People trying to come up with good Pompeyo Sleep nicknames. There was a time zone issue. Actual time of the match was 11:30, but players were told 12:30. Well, who told them that? I knew what time it was. It's on the schedule. Read your schedules. Here we go. Does Ardentoas show up late and still get the dub? Or does Mohamed Light get it done? Here we go. Technically game 5 of this opening set. It changed to summertime on Monday. It's Thursday. Pompillo. Angel Lopez got it. Pompillo. Thank you, Angel Lopez. Goated. For when Pompeyo sleeps in, he's Pompillo. Thank you, sir. TGM saying you said Ardentoas was not there. He wasn't. He joined the clan just in time. His team was given 2 minutes for him to show up or forfeit the win, and he showed up just before it was done. And thank you, Collard, for the full clip there. I'm going to go ahead and download that. Yeah, and I guess the players were not given the correct time by, I guess, maybe their managers or something. I don't know. But gotta get that under control. Arden gets Z-Giant down to the inside. Mo goes outside. Maybe Barb Barrel onto the archers here. Through all that, Cannon protects nicely. And instead, the E-Wiz, after being pulled, will kill the archers. So almost a mirror match here, the bomber versus the archers. Solid lightning here from Arden. And not quite a clean sheet for Mo anymore, as the Electro Giant does tag that tower down to 27-38, enough to give the ever so slight lead to our Chivas Esports anchor in this opening set. Elixir now goes to double. Placement there is just... Didn't that used to be somewhere else? I'm very confused by that Elixir thing. And just hoping for a little bit of E-Giant reflection is Mo, and he gets it. Lead back to Mohamed Light. Elixir leads slightly for Arden, who does not get his E-Giant in front of those archers. They will chip away a little bit at the Electro Giant of Mo. And good bird protection from Ardentoas to keep that cannon up. And that's a nice bomber on the archers. Mohamed Light maybe trying to get back to another E-Giant here behind all of this. Does not get a connection from the Golden Knight. And now NATO out of cycle. And Mohamed Light now trying to change the story to the other lane. And the cannon plus barb barrel combo here does a ton, and the cannon does not pull, forces the NATO out, but a beautiful lightning by Mohamed Light, and that should do it. That should be enough. Wow. The game was so tight for so long. One moment, Mo takes advantage. One tiny, tiny moment. You open the door ever so slightly. Let the right one in. And the right one is definitely not Mohamed Light if you're trying to defend this house. Take a look at this one again. Mo switches lanes, goes E-Giant to the left-hand side. And then this play here, the cannon plus barb barrel. gets those off the board, and the cannon is late, forces the NATO out, and then Mo goes, cool, here's the high lightning. And that was just brutal, painful, emotional. The lightning here on the Phoenix, leaving him really low on elixir. And then Mo just goes, cool, here you go. And then this cannon, just, it's maybe the barb that was still there meant the cannon played a tile over where it was meant to be. Means the lightning can't do anything. And yeah. GG, well played. Set number 1. Did what you think it would do, which is it went for PUIGINS. Hey, you know what? We have 2 more matches. Can we get to 99.4 today? I think we can get another 70, what is it, 66? Another 66 subs on YouTube today. I'm just like, I'm so excited for the push to 100K. If you're watching right now, there's 3 more days of this competition tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. You know how to make sure you don't miss any of it? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you get told when we're back. That way you miss none of the action. And you support me, and you make my life nicer and better. You know what I realized? Is my upper light that's not supposed to be on has been on this entire time. There we go. Now the mood is set correctly. What a wild way for that whole thing to go. I remember, this is a great one. I remember when Mohamed Light said opponents don't realize they did a mistake until 30 seconds later, and that's a lot of time in Clash Royale. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Jupiter's Light. I said before you was even at 20K. Thank you, dude. Thanks for being a part of this. Get the dough, Rich. Hey, let's all come up. Let Pompeyo play his match. Great name. Song name. I don't know. It's just in my system. It's from Epidemic Sound though. Mo said that in the CRL interview. Very smart. Rich says there's a lot of amazing content. Oh, thank you. Lineup for set number 2. Chivas brings out Arden, Anaban, and Pompeyo. PUIGINS brings out Lucas, Griko, and Mohamed Light. No Mugi today for PUIGINS. Important to note. The light was better. I like it this way. Let's see. Saw it before I was 1K. What? No way, dude. Really? Why no Mugi? But because it's 3 in the morning there? I have no idea. Do I have the clip from the previous game, the Marcher play? Yes, I'll play it after the match is over. How's the book? This is not fame. It's Stanhope, dude. It's great. Let's see. Remember the countdown for 5K. Here we are at 100K. Yeah, that's right, Shaw. Here we go. Look at that. Almost a 350. Dude, we're going to hit. I think we'll do 99.4 today. I can feel it. Where should that button go? All right, where does the button go behind here? Because I'm pumped for it. I'm pumped for it. No Hasiel. We're taking off 2 games off in Mo in previous tournaments. Yeah, I don't know what's up with not playing Hasiel. No idea. Here we go. Arden versus Lucas, first game of our second set. Reminder, after this set, we still have 1 more matchup between Queso and Strangers. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. Put the silver button where the N64 is. That's one thought. Next to the Hail Slayton sign. Oh, I have 2 places. Arden going kind of old school with his minor wall breakers pick. The warm-up deck, as we call it. Why do we call it the warm-up deck? Because when you're backstage at CRL and World Finals, this is the deck everyone was using to get warmed up. Just makes you play so many interactions, gets your blood flowing, gets your brain working. Javier asked that question again during a break. So what looks like a no champion variation, probably with Bomb Tower for Arden. Nice little cheeky NATO there. Cheeky NATO play there for Arden. Lucas is going to try to go aggressive right now, though. NATO out of cycle. And there he goes, Miner, probably to the back. And the NATO to clear the Skellies off for that connection. Not quite doing as much as Lucas wanted. He's going to find himself in a big damage and elixir hole here. Almost 2,300 on Ardentoas' bottom left-hand tower. Almost 1,000 less for Lucas in the very same lane. And we've seen the counter NATO play on Magic Archers not work twice today. Remember, for a long time, keeping troops in the bomb tower's death bomb range was so valuable. Solid King Tower activation there for Lucas. It was so valuable. It made bomb tower so insanely strong. Bomb tower NATO just was the meta for such a long time. And it wasn't even about trying to pull stuff away. It was just pull stuff into the bomb tower bomb. And Arden doing a good job of doing that with kites instead. You already saw one skeleton kite, now that wall breaker's kite. 1048 or 1408 to 682. Easy catch there for Lucas. Miner should not get anything, and it doesn't. Wall breaker's behind. Magic Archer trying to do some work on the right-hand side, too, and another Magic Archer lineup on the left. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. GG. The warm-up deck doing better than a warm-up. Well played, Arden. And Lucas is supposed to be blue. They're getting the orders wrong sometimes here, folks. I don't know why. Don't know what's happening there. Watch, you got to play a mode like about allowed debut with the golden chair. Yep. You pressed the sub button twice. Well, that doesn't work. Esports warm up sounds just sounds funny but necessary. Yeah, it is necessary. You gotta get you can't just like go out there and play your first game having done nothing, right? Don't you guys like play a couple of just casual games before you start playing Path of Legends or doing a challenge or something like that? Is it just me? Let's see. Again, the disrespectful glasses. Bro, all I do is I just bring disrespect all day. That's all I do. I just said Morten is second best player after Mohamed Light or someone else. We'll see. Oh, Javier, those two discs. I'll show them to you during an actual break. But those are both Innova. My bags used to be exclusively Innova. Now I have a super mixed bag. I'll talk about it more during when we have a little bit of downtime. And now they have it in the proper order here. Griko gets a nice connection. Ram Rider for Arden. MK Minor Wall Breakers from Griko. And this Barb Barrel going to take a lot of damage here. And that Monk knockback. Oh, it goes for the goes for the tankage rather than the knockback. And I wonder, I don't think the knockback would have turned the Mega Knight. It wasn't close enough for the tower. But interesting choice there to go with the ability rather than the other one. Clash Royale, Monk Lover saying Twitch chat is so quiet. Yeah, I mean, most of the chat's on YouTube. That's where most of the viewership is. Wallbreaker connects. Lumberjack goes all the way back around. Arden has not found a good opportunity yet to play a Ram Rider. And with Ewiz, Prince, and MK, it's going to be kind of hard. And people asking, why is Lucas in the top 3 in the world? He is the only person who won back-to-back monthly finals. Don't you have a gooder link, Rich, says DC the Boss. Yeah, these are called gooders. There's a link in the description where you can go get them. You can also use code RICH, I believe. I think that code's still active for 15% off. I haven't actually tested it in a long time. Miner goes to the back. Prince connects. And Arden is done. GG. Well played. Griko ties things up. There you have it. All right, so the question that you had was what brand are these? These are both Innovas. I used to be full Innova. This is my 2-time Ace disc. It's a DX plastic rock, which I always carry at least 1 or 2 in my bag. I aced with this disc twice, and you can see all the signatures there from everybody who signed it, all the witnesses, which was pretty cool. And then this disc. Fun story behind this one. This is a champion leopard, which I don't really play a leopard. But this one, when I was getting ready to propose to my wife's parents live like kind of a rural area, not far from here, but more rural in Texas. And we went into their backyard to like play some friendly backyard disc golf. And I purposely threw this disc out into the middle of nowhere so it would get lost and we'd have to go look for the disc in order to get her dad separated from the group so I could ask for his blessing before I proposed. So there you go. That's the fun. That's why these 2 discs are up here. One, the Ace disc, and the other one is the proposal, or is the blessing disc, if you will. So that's the stories right there. And Anaban may be running E-Giant Mirror. We saw him run it a bunch last time out. An interesting deck here from Griko, and it's Ram Rider with the MK. That turned that story pretty quick. Griko with maybe a bit of a counter snipe here. Inferno Tower Mini P.E.K.K.A. Inferno Tower Mini P.E.K.K.A. Ice Spirit into a Ram Rider Mega Knight Inferno Dragon deck. And Baby Nate saying LMAO, Jeb is cooked. Yeah, maybe. I feel like we just watched a movie where, you know, one sniper's looking down his sights, and then he sees that he's already been sighted by the other sniper, and then kablam. I feel like that's what we just saw. And hey, everybody, Code RICH is still active on Gooder. So Code RICH for 15% off, I think it is. There you go. So if you want Gooder sunglasses, you can still use that. That's pretty cool. And the lightning does make things a little bit more interesting. It's still going to be very hard for Anaban to break through. And this mini P.E.K.K.A does not, almost goes coast to coast here. Maybe Ice Spirit to cover, goes delivery instead high. And Lightning will break through. Log plus mini P.E.K.K.A. Yeah, no. No, it's not happening. Oh! Oh, with the splash from the Mega Knight. Wow. You know, Anaban, amongst many things, is one of the best players with NATO in the game. Anaban is legit with Tornado. And now the Lightning's coming in. Little lane switch here. Mini P.E.K.K.A goes for free pancakes all the way across the board. Ram Rider working on the bottom left-hand side. Everyone's just taking shots. It's like they closed their eyes and started swinging. Just protect that Inferno Tower, keep it on the board. That's key here for Griko. And wow. A lot of damage from that minor poison push. And Griko will be back to another Inferno Tower pretty soon after this. The Barb Barrel to predict, but the minor across to control. Delivery gets in the mix. Log to knock back. Griko with a sequence, but can he hold off against double Mega Knights plus Ram Rider? Lightning not quite there in time. Mega Knight's in. Lightning gets down. And Mega Knight doesn't leap on tower. Minor in. Poison will not be able to tick enough. And there you have it. What a game that was. What a game that one was. That was a whole lot of fun. And hold on, let me go ahead and get the proper replay up here. That one's the old replay. We have a couple to look at from this one. First, this, I believe this is the defense. Yeah, this is Griko's defense, who I guess is just lentils now. I guess we're going from Griko to lentils. This guy, Griko changes his name like every season. Oh yeah, this was the NATO. That's right. That was that beautiful NATO by Anaban. Again, boom. The beautiful NATO by Anaban, where it looks like the player formerly known as Miku, also formerly known as Griko, now known as Lentils. He gets that really excellent defense that then the NATO play, the smart NATO play from Anaban shuts down. And then we go into our next one. And look at how far ahead Lentils is at this stage. But there's so much coming down the pipe. The delivery to control up high. The log, it looks like he could be okay. But the double Mega Knights plus Ram Rider, maybe he should have gone Inferno Tower high to be out of lightning range from the tower. And just can't hold off. The Mega Knight doesn't even connect. The Ram Rider does. GG, well played. GG, well played. Yeah, Anaban, despite all the sniping, is still also very good at Clash Royale. That was a wild game. DC the Boss pointed that out. Next up, Mohamed versus Anaban. Here we go. In just 1 second. Again, reminder, after this matchup, Queso versus Strangers to wrap things up. Here we go. We see preempted GG for Mo from Rhinocraft, and Mo going to get rolled by Praise. And for how big Mortar Miner has been as of late, is this the first Mortar we've seen today? And is this Giant Sparky from Anaban? Well, if this is Sparky from Anaban, the Mortar Cannon Cart deck, good call here. Chivas bringing the heat. Oh, yeah, and Zappies. Bringing in Mortar to competitive is a death wish and a half? That's absolutely not true. We saw it a ton very recently in competitive. The Mortar Miner, Mighty Miner deck was crazy popular, and the same deck but with Hog EQ. Things have changed a bit today, but just talking about how the meta has shifted. Those were two of the most popular decks in, let's do with the most common decks in our last CRL qualifier. It is just interesting how the meta will shift. Even without balance changes, how the meta reacts to what gets popular. And Anaban options to Sparky up. And the Giant does not kite the Cannon Cart, and that's an easy GG. Very easy GG, and Mo once again takes us to game number 5. And there you go. Mo does Mo things. And the the work done, the Cannon Cart not getting pulled, rough one. Thoughts on next season being Mega Draft? It'll be interesting to see. I'll reserve judgment until I see more, but it will certainly be interesting. All right, here we go. Mohamed Light versus Pompeyo. PUIGINS could win this in 2, or Chivas could extend. 99, wrong hand. 99, 364. 36 away from 99.4. God, this is getting crazy. Getting exciting. Mo versus Pompeyo. We'll see what they try to cook up. I mean, what is Pomp going to do that Jebba's isn't going to be ahead of? And that game will be coming very soon. Again, after this match, if we do end right here, we'll be jumping very quickly into Queso versus Strangers. If not, then we'll be going to the best of 3 first. King of the best of 3, not King of the Hill. Best of 3 in-game duel, and then to this match. Queso versus Strangers. Tribe Gaming, SK CALALAS winners so far. PUIGINS trying to join that and take back control of our top spot with 4 wins. And Pompeyo waiting to accept here. There we go. Finally in. Here we go. Game number 5. Let's do it. Someone said this team should be called Molite and others. No, but I think the team should be called, like, Molite and the PUIGINS. You know what I mean? Like it's a band. Like, you know what I mean? Come on, that's actually way better. Molite and the PUIGINS would be really good. And Pompeyo doing Pompeyo things. Trying to get that cannon off the board. And a kite and a king tower. Just when you think it's all over, a kite and a king tower activation. And Pomp even dropped the rage on it. Even dropped the rage on it. Even dropped the rage on it. Come on. Sandy with the appropriate response. That face. I'm happy to see the Ice Golem in the game. We don't see very much Ice Golem these days. With the... Unless you're playing against someone who's addicted to still playing 2.6 for some reason, or someone who has not updated their Expo to 3.0. Still, Ice Golem deserves a plushie, and I will never stop saying it. Might need the NATO here just to clean it up, and he does. Rage the X Factor here. This is now a couple exchanges, not a lot of damage for Pomp, but the Elixir lead continues to grow because Mo's having to overspend on these defenses. Finally, it turns into an Elixir advantage for Mohamed Light. We'll see what he does with it as we are in double on our way to sudden death overtime. The lead for Pompeyo. Mohamed Light, I think he has his lightning. Yep, there we go. And the patience here. Get the miner out of the way. And an interesting thing about this matchup, and you see that right there, Mohamed Light does not want to use his NATO offensively because of how hard it is to defend against these balloons. Since he has to NATO these, and what a nice E-Giant there just to cover. Great E-Giant to cover. And NATO's all that up to get the bird to come up with him. That's brilliant. I mean, of course it's brilliant. And now Pompeyo just doing everything he can to keep his tower alive. But that's not long for the world. The tower is not long for this world. Come on, folks. Come on, folks. Cannon, NATO, lightning. Lots of ways to shut it down. Pompeyo just taking his time. And gets it done. And there you have it. CALALAS will stay 4-0. We'll get your leaderboards up here in just a moment. Someone become better than him. Is it possible? Every other pro just waiting for Mo to accidentally slam his thumb in a car door or something. Up next, Queso versus Strangers. And maybe we'll find somebody. Maybe we'll find somebody. This game's crazy. Robbie Raw, I can beat him. BVC, I can beat him. Okay. Then do it. Go get yourself $250,000. Go get yourself $250,000 if you can do it. If you can beat Mo, there is $250,000 with your name on it. Because if you can beat Mo, you can beat everybody and then go take that bag. If you can beat Mo, you should be making 6 figures a year, like mid to high 6 figures a year based on Clash Royale. Just go ahead and beat Mo, take a bunch of money from all these tournaments, and then also start a YouTube channel and rake in the dough. I thought CR was supposed to be a game based on matchups and luck. Yeah, it's supposed to be so luck-based. It is your high school and brother. Yep. All I'm saying is never lost Mohamed Light. That's true. I've also never lost Mohamed Light. That's true. Hope this isn't a commentator's curse. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it is. But all I'm saying is, if anybody here truly believes that you can beat Mohamed Light, then you should be playing professional Clash Royale and starting a YouTube channel, quitting whatever other thing you're doing, and making it like really great money. Like, you could easily be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year if you're better than Mohamed Light at this game. Hasiel beat Mo in CRL. Yeah, everyone can get one off of him. But then who ended up winning the first monthly golden ticket? That's right. Mohamed Light. Craziness. The table, when they post it, let me see if they will. Let me go ahead and ask them for the standings. Let me go ask them to put them up. Hello, Mohamed, in past exam. He's in university studying AI. He's doing all right. He's doing pretty well. Let's see. Getting close to 100K. Yes, sir. Develop. We're 28 away from 99.4. Hey, I see there's 1,000 of you watching on YouTube. Are there 28 of you who want to get us to 99.4? Do I hit 99.4? Do I hit 99.4? Can I get 99.5? 99.5? 99.5? 99.6? Should I just auctioneer it the whole way up? Mugi to beat him that one time. Yeah. Got a phenomenal matchup. Convinced he goes to the loser back on purpose on tourneys? Maybe. Maybe. He said you never lost any pro player. I think I'm actually, if I think about it, I think I'm actually 1-0 against pro players. Because I once beat Vulcan in one game. So I think I'm actually 1-0 against CRL pros. No, I lost to someone once in a grand challenge. Some pro. Who was it? Can't remember. It might have been Toby Spirit Hawk, like back in 2018 when he was playing in CRL Asia. So maybe I'm 50% win rate against pros. Oh, here we go. Standings. And right back on top, PUIGINS. Mohamed Light, Mo Light and the PUIGINS back on top. Tribe Gaming still in second place. SK CALALAS in third. Chivas will maintain their fourth place position for now. If Strangers or Queso can 2-0 the other one, they will leapfrog into fourth. So there you go. This Strangers Queso matchup, the loser will be in big danger of falling down if SK or Hype Boys can get it together. The winner, a 2-0, would again leapfrog Chivas into our top four. And our next matchup, final matchup of the day, folks, Queso versus Strangers. Team Queso, Surgical Goblin, Javi14, Bale, and Kodigo. And we are jumping into game number 1 here. And Strangers, EGW, Cerdillo, Eric, Nini, and Adrian Piedra. And there we go. EG Dub, as I saw someone, as we were saying yesterday on the Royale Masters broadcast. I'm going to take some time here for just 1 second. So a variation on minor poison control out of Kodigo. With the Dark Prince, I guess, instead of the Mighty Miner. I believe Bale's casting today. As I see someone say in the chat, too. I think I saw that he's casting today. So, probably just going to be Surgical, Javi, and Kodigo the whole way through. EGW sets up E-Giant in the back as we are pretty even, just about 300 HP separating these two on the right-hand side. And the Inferno Tower gets a nice burn on that Electro Giant. EGW coming out with MK, Mini P.E.K.K.A, E-Giant. We have not seen a spell of any kind yet in this deck. No big spell, no small spell, nada, nothing, zilch. So interesting variations on both sides here. With Kodigo playing this very different minor poison control deck. And EGW Mega Knight, Mini P.E.K.K.A, E-Giant. Is there a spell here? Deck cycles very, very slowly. Very expensive deck for EGW, and he's struggling with these miners because of it. Also, the inability to get past these Inferno Towers has been a problem. And Golden Knight does Golden Knight things, though. Wow, a spell would be nice there to give that Golden Knight some help. And momentum starting to shift here towards EGW as we are getting deep into extra elixir. And big elixir advantage right now for the exciting and inventive Strangers Pro. That's a critical miss on the minor pickup here. Because now, Kodigo just has to outcycle and get this win. Mini P.E.K.K.A does not catch, and that's a GG. Very nicely played by Kodigo. EGW, not able to do it. Inventive, interesting, different, not quite there. The Immortal Flying Machine. I feel you on that one. Bro playing MK Bridgeham with E-Giant. Yup. Is that a great idea for a global tournament or challenge? No spells allowed. Interesting thought. It would be different. Is Mega Draft to Path Legends in April a joke? I don't believe so. I think it's what they're actually doing. I think it's what they are actually going to be doing. And EGW had a NATO. That was his only spell. Hey, Devlop. Great to see you. Yeah, had a NATO and didn't NATO the miners. That's interesting. Had a NATO, but never used it on the miners. Very strange. Kodigo with Queso is interesting. In fact, this whole Queso team is a very interesting composition. Surgical Goblin going back to his original team, to his old school team. Javi 14 finally on a Spanish team again. You know, his first season of CRL was on a LATAM team with Vivo Keyed. His second season was with Fnatic in CRL West. And then to SK Gaming for a lot of his career. And of course, Kodigo here, after spending most of his time with Latin American organizations. And this very popular Pigs deck for Eric will have trouble in some ways against the Lightning, but those zappies are super nice for him. The Flying Machine, Mother Witch give good Lightning targets, but the Pig, the zappies, the Giant Skeleton all make it so that he's very happy to see Lightning. The question is, can Kodigo pull off a good one if Eric makes a mistake and puts too many of the Fish Boy, Mother Witch, Flying Machine value? And this Flying Machine just hanging out in distance. Just hanging out at distance. And forces out the bird. Very nice. And no building here. A little body block from the Giant Skeleton. Mother Witch, I guess Fisherman not available right now, pulls all of that in. Ghost goes up towards the archers. And this E-Giant will get some good damage here. And the lead goes heavily towards Kodigo. And Eric's done a good job of keeping the Flying Machine out of tower range for a lot of these exchanges. And kind of in a similar way in that MK Minor Prince deck, where the Bandit is so good at creating opposite lane pressure for cheap, the Ghost does that here in this deck for Eric. That was a nice E-Giant there to clean up the bridge fight and also just get in and take out one of those zappies. Final minute of triple elixir. And so far, Eric just hasn't been able to break through. The Lightning really hasn't been a factor in this game at all. Now it might be played defensively. No, never mind. Kodigo choosing to go same lane here in front of the Golden Knight support. This is going to give Eric a bit of a counter push all in one lane though. And he'll go back to the left-hand side, Kodigo will. Flying Machine tries to predict the... No, he goes right back into it again. Flying Machine was trying to predict the cannon, but the cannon wasn't there. Can Golden Knight do Golden Knight things? Fishboy High says no. Will the Lightning get there? And it does. Kodigo gets the Lightning down. There you have it. 2 up, 2 down. Eric almost got it done. Almost, but not quite. And we'll go ahead and throw you the replay there, that final moment. Last 25 seconds. And Eric, getting some damage with the pigs. The flying machine didn't get, and that flying machine was meant to get a cannon. And the low play cannon there might have won the game for Kodigo. The high fisherman. And one archer gets through as well, it looks like. Let me go back and look at that one more time. I think one archer connected as well there. Up next, Adrian Piedra versus Kodigo. So here you go. Yeah, there's going to be one archer shot plus the lightning. And there you go. Adrian Piedra up next for Team Queso. Let's get into it. You should have played Giant Skeleton by Tower predicting the lightning. Yeah, but Giant Skeleton wouldn't block all of that lightning damage. And immediate RG after the low E-Giant play. And the bird goes to the protects the Royal Giant against the Inferno Dragon. Huge damage. Kodigo's low on elixir, though. And Golden Knight, you know, we have not had crazy Golden Knight moments today. There's a Golden Knight coming out and doing some work. Farzin saying Lightning only got off one shot. Lightning doesn't hit any tower. Like, Lightning only hits any target one time. Lightning always puts down 3 bolts that hit 3 different targets. There is no getting off only one shot. That's not how Lightning works. Lightning hits 3 targets within its range if they are available. If there are no targets available, it hits the number of targets that are there. The only way to block Lightning from hitting a tower is if you have 3 items, units, or buildings that are in range of that tower with HP that is higher than the tower, and they are all inside the range that the Lightning's being targeted. Kodigo played Lightning last second, so he only hit 1 target without time running out. Oh, so you're saying it would have hit the Giant Skeleton before hitting the tower because the Giant Skeleton had higher HP. Interesting. I didn't think about it that way. Well, that would have been crazy. I wonder if it would have gotten 2 shots, though. I mean, we can't replay time. Maybe it would have only gotten off 1 shot. Either way, we're moving on. Kodigo not going to get the sweep here, courtesy of Adrian Piedra. Igloo plays. Molight's in this tournament. Morten is playing in this tournament. Both of them already played today. Look at the chat below. Look at the description below. You can see both the lineups and the match order. We're on our last match of the day. Yeah. No, so interesting. I wonder if it would have been able to get off 2 shots. You know, Giant Skeleton and Tower. But Giant Skeleton block would have been interesting. Would have been interesting. Would have been cool. Oh, here we go. It's a long day. I'll tell you what, guys. This is super duper fun. Day 6 of 10. Got 3 more big days to go. Tomorrow, we're gonna have SB in here casting with us. So I'm very excited for that one. Take a little off of my voice box. So very excited to have him joining us for tomorrow for a little bit. What's my opinion on trees? I'm for them. I'm for trees. We should have more of them. There you go. Kaiser Soze saying in the Twitch chat, I blocked lightning 3 times in a row once and came back to win. I've never had more than 1 lightning block in a game. I've had some fun lightning blocks. Never gotten it more than once in a game, though. The guy from Australia, SB, yes. How do you feel about trains? They are really convenient. They are a wonderful mode of transportation when they are conveniently located. I used to take the train between San Diego and LA all the time when I used to live in Southern California, and I enjoyed it tremendously when I lived in Scotland. So yes, trains are cool. Here we go. Bale is playing, despite streaming. Okay. Here we go. Bale in for Queso. How do you feel about planes? They're fine. They get you places faster than boats. Pigs for pigs. I saw that coming, Kaiser Soze. I saw that coming. What a reference there. And we have not seen much Archer Queen as of late. She has been completely... You see her more when playing duels. When we're playing non-duel-based formats, she kind of disappears. The delivery doesn't hit the flying machine. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Okay. Well, get your queen down, because your tower's in trouble. Bale putting down the hurt 341 left. Missed the flying machine with the rail delivery. That is not what you want to be doing when you're playing for a whole lot of cash. 1798 to 341, minute 14 remaining. And Adrian Pedro just learned how painful it is to try to kill a flying machine and succeed about as much as a 4-year-old at trying to drive a car. And that delivery will get to the flying machine, but not to the Royal Hogs. And now it's just a matter of time, as Bale should just be able to stop everything and then arrows. And that delivery queen combo just absolutely shredded those recruits. Golden Knight dash, misses some of the pigs. No way, come on. No way, come on. No way, come on. What is this game, dude? What are we playing at? What are we playing at? What are we playing at here? And now Adrian goes, oh, that's where deliveries should go. S pointing out there's a 6-man on the field. Tell the 6-man story. It's been too long. Has it been too long since I told the 6-man story? And there you go, delivery queen, doing what that should be doing. Piglets, gonna run. And now Golden Knight plus Brawler. Arrows are in cycle. There they go. Delivery's ability to clean up is so nice, especially against a deck like this one. Kaiser Soze is saying, and that's why I will forever hate this deck. Adrian probably wins this. Adrian probably wins this now. Barring more missed deliveries. And just the queen value he's getting right now is crazy. Delivery to the right. Late on the Flying Machine pickup. Takes a little bit. Lots of pigs. Flying Machine in the pocket. Golden Knight does Golden Knight things. Golden Knight does Golden Knight things. Just like that. Lead shifts. Now Flying Machine hanging out. Pigs in. Recruits down. Delivery try to stop it. Stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. What is this? What are we playing? What are we doing? Wild. Chaos. Dogs and cats living together. What a ridiculous game. Let's go ahead first jump into the first ridiculous thing that happened, which was this Flying Machine recruits push decimated by Delivery Fire Spear Archer Queen. Pigs get through. Log keeps the AQ up. Golden Knight goes to the AQ instead. And tower down. Boom. That was part one of the absolute nonsense that we experienced here in this game. And then we continue to our second piece of nonsense. Just the recruit stack here in triple. And Adrian Piedra drops the delivery, gets the Flying Machine off. But watch this. Second Flying Machine and the Archer Queen just gets evaporated, and the Golden Knight bounces off her like he's made of rubber. And that, what is that EQ? I just noticed the EQ that Adrian played on offense. Watch this. I'm going to watch this again. Team Queso wins the first set. Here we go. So that EQ does a little bit of damage, not that much. I know it's triple elixir, but this Archer Queen just goes. She's just gone. She's just gone. And then while you're defending this, he EQs again. He EQs again. But there's I don't think that Bale could defend pigs that well. The choke, then reverse choke. Golden Knight dash to nothing. Golden Knight does Golden Knight things, folks. Golden Knight be doing Golden Knight stuff. And there you have it. Bale showing he can do more than just casting. Yeah, I feel you. How did they even chain? There's nothing there. Let's go back and look again. Let's go back and look again and see how did that chain. Set 2 for Team Queso. Kodigo, Bale, Surgical Goblin. We'll see what Strangers pulls out here. Okay, so here we go. Let's look at this. Let's look at this Golden Knight. So, oh, yes, there. So Golden Knight was already on the way to the cannon before the cannon died. So watch this. You see the Golden Knight. Here you see the Golden Knight go to the Archer Queen. Okay, watch. Archer Queen comes down. Golden Knight goes Queen. He's already going to the cannon before the cannon disappears. And there you go. That wasn't to nothing. Strangers bringing out Edward, Adrian, and EGW. So there you go. I hope he likes trees now. I agree. I feel like I need to play perfectly to defend that push and triple. Yeah. Can someone superimpose Rich's face over the king's face and the Clash icon? There's a rich CRL emote with me with the sunglasses. It's only on Twitch though. Wonder if it will even, if I use it here, will I be able to take it over to YouTube? Will it even work there? No, it won't. That's not how things work. Maybe I'll do emotes on YouTube. Every time Adrian used the elixir, used the EQ, elixir advantage. Oh, that Golden Knight dash to a thing that, like, I mean, the question is, should the Golden Knight's dash get canceled when something dies? I don't know how you would work that. Like, if it dies before it dashes, I don't know. That's probably true. That probably should happen. Here we go. Cerdillo up against Kodigo. Potentially our final match of the day. We will see. Our final set of the day, I mean, is our final match. Maybe our final set. That's just up, but that's now gone canon, in my opinion. I think so. I think you're right. So, xAlee King to Kodigo again playing this no champion minor control deck. Whoa, xAlee King Bowler. Fun fact about Rich Slayton. I'm fairly sure that Bowler was the first card I ever maxed. I'm fairly sure that was my first max ever. Was 100% my first maxed epic. It might have been my first maxed card overall. Poison to control, though. That's actually a really sharp poison. The E-Wiz high keeps the RG on the board, but DPS will make it not matter. Smart poison from Kodigo there to prevent the skeleton spawns of the Skeleton King from protecting the Royal Giant. Kaiser Soze in Twitch chat saying this looks like GUI Freeze with Royal Giant instead. It does have that feeling, doesn't it? It does have that feel. Why the Bowler? Because my very stupid original casual deck was Bowler Bow Minor. In fact, during CRL 2018, the first season, I put a challenge out to players in CRL EU NA that the first person who can complete a grand challenge with my deck, I'd give them $100, make a little video with them. And a lot of pros tried and they couldn't do it. The deck was so bad. And then finally Firewolf ended up getting it done. Kodigo's out here riding a horse in F1 and still winning the race. Guess this deck, the delivery makes it not that old, but still, you guys get the feeling. 1756 to 2575, triple elixir, and minor poison can do a lot. Can it do enough while he still plays defense here? Great xAlee King. Great xAlee King there. And this feels all but over as the minors and poisons can't even go to tower for Kodigo right now. RG gets 2, Baby Dragon in, and there you go. When Kodigo wanted to add extra damage, he couldn't. GG, well played. Cerdillo takes game 1 for Strangers. I don't know why I want to see more of this deck on ladder or in comp. It's the old minor control with poison, gobs for rocket, skellies, yeah? It'd be interesting to see that being played in more in dual mode. The only problem is, like, as we just saw there, with the lack of 3-card cycle, the minor poison spam gets nerfed significantly. And we just saw that there. Let's see. the Ray Supremo deck. He's the only person who made this deck work well on ladder. Do we have all the top-notch Clash Royale players playing in this event? Or there's some more? There's some more gems out there, but this one's pretty stacked overall. I think it's brave for Z to come up with the RG No Fisherman. Yeah, I feel you on that one. The Inferno was out of panic, says Morteza. So next up, Edward versus Bale. Let's take a look at this for a second. I am ready for lunch. Have you heard of the Venn diagram of poisons? Yeah, right. The 3-card cycle is huge. Let's go jump into it. What's for lunch, says Ryder. I don't know yet. Probably something quick so I can get back to work. You know, Phoenix kind of got, like, when it got nerfed, for a minute people were like, oh, Phoenix is dead. And they very quickly realized, no, it's actually still insanely strong. And it's just because they were like, the second bird is so weak. Yeah, but the first bird is still gangster. And that's going to be some more damage than Bale thought from that drill push. As the Skeleton King was just kind of in a weird position. Gonna have to use the ability here. And despite the stunning, the ability does it. Sandy, thank you so much for being here as always. You're such a phenomenal mod. Happy to have you here as always. Mwah, kisses. And a little quiet moment in this game. Kaiser Soze, do you think a 3-card cycle is good or bad for the game? I think that getting rid of 3-card cycle would be a massive nerf to the champions, which is probably good. I think that if champions were, I think if there were more champions and they were more accessible, 3-card cycle might not be totally bad. I know a lot of pros still really hate the 3-card cycle. Luke says, I think champs should only have one ability. Oh, during their lifetime? It's rare to get more than one ability out of a champion. Archer Queen's the most common. Graveyard in. Arrows are not coming. Still. Bale keeps pulling further and further ahead here. And look at all the stuff that Phoenix did. Phoenix still good. But if there is no 3-card cycle, then with the right deck, you always have a champion on board. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I'm not on the dev team. That, and I don't want to move to Finland. There are a number of jobs I would apply for with Supercell if it didn't require going to Finland. It's fun to visit, but don't want to uproot my family. But hey, if there's ever a Supercell job that doesn't require me leaving Austin, I'll be right in line. Oh, that's a nice NATO. Oh, that's a big Golden Knight. Snowball trying to save. The drill, Golden Knight, NATO. Golden Knight has not done a lot of Golden Knight things today. Did some right there. Graveyard in, and a nice giant skeleton to set the line high. Arrows clear. NATO gets these skeletons off the board, and the cannon cart does change direction. This is very swarmy. Bomb does take care of business, though. Graveyard. Is there a block for the Golden Knight, or is the Golden Knight going to hit? The Golden Knight is going to hit. Snowball in. 460 to 286. Arrows trying to make room for the skeletons. The skeletons do connect. The skeletons can't be stopped. Bale gets the win. The skeletons would not be stopped. GG, well played. There you have it. I didn't clip that, unfortunately. Let's see. Golden Knight often dashes more than once. Often? Do you often get both a defensive and offensive dash out of Golden Knight? New balance changes are not active yet. In fact, the official ones aren't even announced, I don't believe. Jackson, are you talking about what do I think about the Path of Legends being Mega Draft? I think it's a compelling idea. And as I talked about this, I'll talk about this earlier. I said this top of the stream. I'll talk about it here again at the end of the stream. People complain about the game being stale, but don't want the game to change. Right? That's the thing. People are like, well, the game's stale. It's not changing. It's not doing, like, where's new stuff? And then a new thing happens. They're like, well, this isn't the new thing we wanted. This isn't the new thing that I wanted. I wanted something different new. But what do you want? Right? So I think that Mega Draft for a Path of Legends season as a test to see what it's like is interesting. Let's do it. Let's try something different. And if it's a bad idea, then we'll go back to something. We'll go back. But I think that trying it out for a season is compelling. It's gonna be a very. I know for me, I really like playing Mega Draft just because I like casting Mega Draft because it's different every time. I love watching the draft process. I like playing it because it's different and challenging. We'll see what it's like. We'll see what it's like. So, you know, who knows? They're trying it for now. Maybe it'll be great. Maybe it won't. But I'm going to reserve judgment until I see it. Let's see. Bale, very entertaining today. Yep, absolutely. Just make it when a champion's played, another champ can come into your hand, but you can't play it kind of like mirror when a champion is played. That's interesting. Yeah, champs being inaccessible. I think there's going to be more champions too. If we're gonna do champions, it's going to be more variety of champions. Cerdillo's name is Piggy. Really? Let's go jump into Adrian Piedra versus Bale. Let's see. It's going to be really bad for content creators. If you're a content creator whose content is, here's the next OP deck, which is not the kind of content I do. I know a lot of content creators do that. Yeah, it might be bad for some content creators if their content is based purely around this deck is OP right now. I think that some content creators will certainly struggle with this. And I think some content creators will find ways to do really cool new stuff. I'm curious to see what the impact is there. But also, you can't... Can you make how you change and balance, and can you make how you manage a game based on whether or not it's good for content creators versus good for the health of the game and the community overall? Just like we can't balance the game based on pros versus on casuals. So, I hope the content creators do well and find ways to make engaging content that people enjoy. And this might be a short experiment, and it might find it's bad. It might be good. We'll know after the end of April. The problem is Superstar released something into the game. They remove something else that made it better and never revert it. Examples? Forget about saying, I think towers should have abilities. Activating an ability would give towers ability to shoot, shock, freeze arrows, take reduced damage. I think that's been discussed a lot. People make that suggestion quite a bit. I think that Princess Towers shouldn't have abilities, but maybe King Towers should, and that would be a game changer. It would make activating King Towers so much more important. But I don't know. Tower abilities are kind of hard. Zach CR made a really interesting suggestion of having different maps that have different features in them. Kind of like how we right now have like the double, the rage map, things like that. having different maps that have different features on them, whether it's different layouts, whether it's tiles that are activated a certain way, whether it's other different modes, basically like having, and then when you having maps that are different, and then when you start a game, 3 maps come up, and your opponent can each like X out 1 map, and you play on the 3rd map. That was his suggestion, and that does kind of tie in line with this golem push is pretty big. This is a really hilarious golem deck here from Bale. Hilarious is the only word. The only word I can use right now. Hilarious golem deck from Bale. Like, look at this. Kind of like some old school golem, E-barbs, Night Witch. And that E-barb is doing nonsense on the bottom right-hand tower. 1132. Bale's certainly in trouble here. Marvel Snap, one of the ways they keep the meta as fresh as they can, and they're still struggling too here as they're getting a little bit deeper into their game, is that Marvel Snap's played by controlling 3 locations, and those locations all have different features, different ways they affect the gameplay, and those 3 locations are randomized and different every game you play. So that helps keep game by game from being too stale, as the locations are always changing, whether like a location might buff your deck, might nerf your deck, might be totally neutral. So that's interesting. Something that makes so that you can play the same deck, but where the game conditions are always changing. This Golem E-Barbs deck, if I face this on tower, in ranked or ladder, it would tilt me so hard. 2 things I hate so much together. It's like someone has made a dish of asparagus and eggplant. Adrian just can't find a chance to do any sort of significant graveyard push. He might force one in here. Yeah, he does. There you go. I was about to say he might force one in just because he has to. But this is not going to get any real damage. Bomber, Night Witch. He still has to play right at the bridge here. Bale did a great job of goleming right at the bridge to prevent any sort of tankage from getting through. And Adrian's just trying everything he can, pulling out all the stops. Not going to happen. Bale puts his team in match point. Let's go. Match point for Bale. And Team Queso. Let me look at some of this chat here for a minute. I like the idea of Mega Draft. It would make it way more skill dependent, as now the game is just love messing with you and putting you against the worst and worst matchups. Look, look, you'll have some, I'll tell you right now, you will have some bad drafts. You'll have some drafts where you're like, what options did I have here? Mega Draft isn't perfect, but it's certainly interesting. Let's see. Again, I see SF Rustowani talking about the level 15 release. You don't know what's actually coming with the level 15 release. Like, level 15 is coming, but you don't actually know how it's coming or what it's going to be like. So you're saying that it adds nothing to the game and changes nothing? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm fairly sure that you're incorrect, that it's going to come with no major changes to the game. And now you can go ahead and clip that and play it back when the level 15 thing comes out. And if I'm wrong, I'll take the L, and if I'm right, you take the L. But while it might be, it might not be popular, I think that there'll be more going on when it comes out than you think. Let's see. So close to 99.4. Hey, yeah. Hey, are there 9 people who's still watching who want to get to 99.4? Let's go ahead and jump to next game. What do I think about the new pass? I already talked about it in a previous stream. Not going to do it today. Let's see. Bale's on fire. Yeah, he might sweep this here. He might sweep this and end the day today. This is potentially the last game of the day, folks. Is Mega Draft thing April Fool's? No, it will be our competitive mode on Path of Legends in April. And I'm excited to see what it's like. I don't get why they can't just make a separate ladder system for Mega Draft. I don't know. A lot of reasons. They don't want to split the player base too much. It might be like annoying to do from a UI perspective to have too many different things. Either way, I think that my position of let's wait and see what it's like, but if the game doesn't, we can't be complaining about no changes, and then a change comes and immediately be like, well, not this. We gotta let them try stuff out. So I will reserve judgment, and maybe it'll turn out that Mega Draft on Path of Legends is really bad. Oh boy. All right, so this is EGW played this yesterday in Royale Masters. Can't remember whose deck this is. Someone said whose deck it is. It's been apparently coming up on ladder play the last few days. EGW is one of the people who are actually playing it competitively right now. And I think it's I just don't get the minion horde. Like with how popular arrows are because of archers, etc. And of course Fireball. It's just like there's so many ways for minion horde to be a bad trade. Luminaries deck. There you go. It's Luminaries. There are so many ways that minion horde's a bad trade. I just don't get it. Let's see. They should let us keep our level 14 cards max when level 15 comes out. But don't assume that will never. I mean, what do you mean? They're not gonna. I don't know what you mean. Let you keep the max when 15 comes out. Like that the level 14 cards just become 15 when 15 comes out. Just telling you guys, when 15 comes, there will be. It's not just going to be like it's level 15 now. Let's see. If it is really implemented, Carlos will be under leveled. Well, it's implemented level. It's going to be all level 11. Mega Draft is going to be capped level 11 the whole way through, from top to bottom. So not even like there's not going to be even at UC, even at Ultimate Champion, it's going to be level 11. So that's not going to happen. Minion Horde is bait for archers. And the archers bait the arrows. Sure, okay. Well, then we see the example right there where Minion Horde comes out. Oh, this Skelly King tanking requires a response, and the Skelly King comes out. If Mega Draft's based on player's card level, but it's capped at 11, what if a player doesn't have one card and it appears on the draft, can they pick it? They will only be able to pick from cards they have. This is a big push here. Flying Machine's going to connect, I believe. No, Fireball comes out and saves, but still damage in. With the Miner tanking for the Minion Horde. Hey, here we go. Very well played by EGW. Maybe I'm wrong about the Minion Horde here. As someone pointed out that it was good for the bait aspect of it. Even with the Mother Witch, the Royal Giant is not able to do anything about these Skarmies, etc. All right, so here we go. Game 5 coming. Strangers could send us to a third and final set or get shut down here too. We'll find out. Minion Horde was the key there, folks. I'll take my L. Let's see. Let's see. It would be good if level 15 only get that ability they're talking about, and no card stats, no King Tower, everything other would be good. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Does anyone actually enjoy grinding to max out cards, though, since that's one of their main arguments for adding levels? It's a fair point. That's a fair point indeed. If Megadrive's not going to make all my cards level 11, then there's no way I could push even a single league due to so many cards of mine being underleveled. It's so not hard to get cards to level 11, though. I have to try, I'll try this on maybe my alt or something, because my alt has so many cards under level 11. I'm going to play on my mini, which has like one deck. It's like has one royal old school, that bad old RG Furnace deck. So it has that, and I'll play that one and see how long it takes me to get some other cards to level 11. Because most of those cards on that account, on the account we're actually spectating in, I can actually go look right now. If I do this by level, yeah, most of my cards are not level 11. But let's see, what does it take to go from level 10 to level 10 to level? I'm just gonna go ahead and make a card. Oh wait, so it costs 1,500 gold or 15,000 gold to get a card to level 11 from 10. 8,000. Yeah, I don't know. Getting level 11 is not hard, but getting all cards to level 11 is, with mastery badges and stuff like that. I haven't tried to do that in so long. But instead of trying to max my main deck on that account, I'm just trying to see like what it takes me to get everything else to level 11 and see what happens. And maybe it's totally right. Here we go. Let's get into the game number 5. Can the great one, Surgical Goblin, end this thing now for Team Queso? Won 5 games last week in day 3. Masteries are good, but they aren't great. They low-key take a while. Bazu, how does the 10% damage reduction of egg impact the game? I actually don't know. OJ probably has all the tech on that in one of his videos. And, okay, the levels are pinned at 11 for Mega Draft. So the question is, does Surgical Goblin have Giant Skeleton in this deck? I mean, RG Skelly King certainly is one of the decks that can do well against this Mega Knight deck. Is he playing Zappies in here? If this is... He probably has Lightning, so it's not Zappy's Mother Witch. So the Tombstone and the Skeleton King and the Log all will be helpful here. Fisherman going for the King Tower activation. And does it get it? It does not quite get the King Tower activation. There's the Mother Witch. But too much damage too early here. And Surgical Goblin just laid into it. The Mother Witch on the Mega Knight and not on the Bats. Big problem for Surge. Not that far behind, though. EGW at 2070 on the at 1666 on the other side of the tower. So crosswise, this is actually pretty close, and its Surgical Goblin is double lane pressure. And again, good job by EGW for keeping the Mother Witch off these Bats consistently. Tombstone controlling pretty well. Mega Knight sets up on the left for EGW. Sudden Death overtime. Good Bats in the middle going to help in 2 different fights. And Tombstone's going to take some splash damage from the Mega Knight, too. Mega Knight escapes. Bandit dashes. Miner on the tower. GG, well played. We're going to play one more set, folks. In-game duel mode, best of 3 to decide the winner in this one. Because these guys hate the idea of me eating lunch. It's because I don't hate every update. They're trying to punish me for it. Let's see. Let me go ahead and take a look at the YouTube chat. Getting all cards at level 11 that you don't use the waste of gold. Without a level 15, you can spend a lot of gold on your main deck. Level 15 just for money. Well, yeah. I mean, like, the game does want to make money. But the question is, if this works, if this is a cool season, and then Path of Legends remains Mega Draft, then you're not worried about trying to max all your decks all the time. I just don't know. But again, like, I'm going to try it on my mini. I'm going to play my mini for this week. And I'm going to see what it's like to try to get my other cards up to level 11. We'll see what happens. I want to see them add 2v2 and Mega Draft to Team Edition like the Queso Cup. See especially these modes. 2v2 is dead, even though I think 2v2 is the best. YouTube or Twitch? I'm on YouTube and Twitch, but YouTube's usually bigger. Yeah, YouTube right now, we're at like 800 viewers. Twitch right now, we're at 58 viewers. So I'll try it on my mini and see what it's like. Let's see. Does low elixir troops always outsmart the big ones? I don't know what you mean. Clash Royale is getting so many cosmetic options like emotes, tower skins, and also things like the pass, which now has extra tier. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Let's see. Some leverage to make progressing in card levels easier, but they keep doing the opposite. I mean, progressing card levels is so much easier than it used to be. Like, by a lot. But, you know, is what it is. I think it's going to be, I think people are going to see it's a lot easier to get to level 11 than it used to be, by far. All right, I'm not getting into any of the If you want to see my opinions on the pass updates or on any of that stuff, you can go watch the stream I did the other day. But I'm not getting into it today. If you want to spend money, spend money. If not, do something else. You know what I mean? It is a, just want to remind everyone that it is a phone game. So if they decided to start charging $100 for the battle pass, I just wouldn't buy it. When is the update coming? I don't know when the update's coming out. Mega Draft to make free-to-play impossible. I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll see. We will see. There's also some cards that are not in the Mega Draft pool. You can avoid having to level them up to 11. But, okay, here's the question. If you, I mean, maybe there's some one-tricks who do nothing else and they just play one deck and that's how they grind Path of Legends. Okay, here's a question. What does it take longer to do? Get the Path of Legends cards into level 11, or get your cards to level 11, or max a deck. You know what I mean? So there you go. Let's see. Mirror's not in Mega Draft. There you go. So it's going to be Kodigo versus EGW for this. Yeah, so like probably level 11's easy. Is level 11 maybe easier to do for everything than to max one deck? Some people say level 11's easier. Some people say maxing a deck is easier. I actually don't know which one's easier. And there's probably someone who can figure that out. Who knows? But this is the best one. For reals. Just don't buy the Pass Royale if you don't like it. You know what I mean? I just feel like, again, I said this the other day, and I got a lot of heat for it. But I just want to remind everybody that this is a phone game that you play for fun. You know what I mean? So no one's stealing any money from you. You can either choose to pay money, or you can choose not. There's plenty of games that I play on mobile that I play completely free to play. I don't spend any money on. It's up to you. You know what I mean? You got to spend money on food, housing, clothing, and water. Maybe some transportation. Engage with the game how you want to engage with it. Yeah. Some people will, some people won't. Path of Legends change is not meant to be forever at the moment. It may become that if it's successful. For now, it's going to be... it's planned for this month, and then we'll see how it goes. And maybe it'll stay, maybe it won't. So EGW going with the most popular dual mode deck right now. The most played dual mode deck. Interesting choice here on both sides for Kodigo EGW. EGW is so hard to predict, but going a little bit more predictable here. And I don't think he arrows here. Going to hang out and just get a little bit of damage. And NATO King Tower activation fail. Not a big problem, prevented the damage, but still. You don't like to see a King Tower activation fail if you don't need one. And EGW always has to be different, going with the mirror variation of this deck. Just refuses to do anything the way others do it. And you know what? I'm here for it. Now the King Tower activation gets done by Kodigo. No mistakes on that one. And EGW keeps throwing flying machines at the bridge, and the bird keeps getting them. Pigs in. And that's a lot of damage from these piggies. A lot of damage from these piggies. Game one, Strangers in a huge lead with 90 seconds left. And EGW keeps pouring it on, and the cannon misses the Royal Ghost. Bar Barrel has to come out early to save the tower. Bomb Tower trying to help. Got to NATO that back to stay alive. Can't NATO it back, apparently. 97 HP. Arrows gets it done. GG, well played. GG, well played. Have at you, Villain, asking what format is this? The first two sets are King of the Hill. The third set is in-game dual mode. And Pilk, the best, saying, with the math, and maybe this math, I don't know if this math is right, but I'll trust it, saying it's more expensive to max a deck than it is to get your cards to level 11. Very interesting. Hog Rider in. Have not seen a ton. We've seen some Hog today. It hasn't been as popular today. And again, I think I take that back to being dual mode. And like I said, we've seen some Hog, but it's been minor RG E-Giant Golem today. Has been the real core of our competitive meta on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. MP, greetings to Finland. I can't wait to visit you again sometime and play more of your disc golf courses. I saw a stat or like a poll recently that listed like the 25 or 50 or whatever most popular sports figures in Finland, and 3 of the top 25 were disc golfers, including Vaino Makala. Very excited to see that. Is the Mega Knight here? No. Going to have to just DPS this Hog down. EGW holding this nice. Hello from Utah, USA. I very much like hamburgers. And The Bachelor. Prince working. Just and EGW has to DPS these Hogs every time. He has no other way to stop these. Right? He's not Mega Knighting the Hogs. So he's just DPSing them like crazy. Kodigo's doing a good job of playing Hogs at inopportune times for EGW. And now does he hog opposite lane? Welcome, father and son gamers. Welcome, BA Chemical. First-time chatters on Twitch. We're watching the final couple of games here of today's broadcast. Kodigo just not able to get the motion going. Just focusing on defense right now, knowing he can hog EQ this. But that Prince going to connect, though. And the Ice Spirit tries to turn it around. Archers will pick up, but that does give the lead back to EGW. Now Kodigo's going to have to get a little bit more damage here. And now you see, now that he's got the lead, he hogs opposite lane. He really just needs one hog shot, maybe 2. But that's not the good lane, though. He has to hog away from the Mega Knight. And that lane's not going to do it for him. Now he hogs again. Mega Knight's being controlled high. Hog will not get a shot. Kodigo in danger here. Miner has no pickup. He hogs down. Mega Knight not available. Inferno Dragon trying to stop it. EQ. Hog gets 1. Hog does not get a second. Kodigo has to log EQ. Can he do it fast enough? Hog trying to get through. Miner's going to hit. Ice Spirit holds. Hog does not hit. And there you go. EGW completes the reverse sweep for Strangers and will move up, knocking Queso down into the number 6 spot. What a performance. What a performance by EGW. Tribe Gaming kicked us off today by taking down Hype Boys, and then SK CALALAS Shot CALALAS beat SK Gaming. PUIGINS did what you expect, beating Chivas Esports. And then Strangers taking down Team Queso. And we'll have the standings up here in just a minute, folks. As soon as they are done being processed, we'll get those up here for you. In the meantime, let me go ahead and get you your lineup for tomorrow's matches. And here we go. Oh, that should have been changed. Why didn't that change? Hold on, folks. Let me go ahead and get that fixed here. That should have been for tomorrow's matches. I thought I must have not have pressed OK. There we go. All right, here we go. What in the world? What's happening? All right, I'm going to try this one more time, because I swear. I'm clicking the right. There we go. There's tomorrow's matches. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Set your calendar. Tribe Gaming starts off against Strangers. SK Gaming then looks for their first win against the most unlikely opponent to get it from in the super team of PUIGINS. Team Queso then tries to continue the woes of Hype Boys and keep Hype Boys at the bottom of the table. And then Chivas up against SK CALALAS. And we should be getting... Let me go ahead and ask for the standings one more time. And see if we can get those up. We should have them here in a minute. EGW is awesome comeback. Yeah, EGW was super fun. And we're at 40. Hey, we're at 99,400. Hey, thanks everybody. I'm glad that my unpopular opinions didn't turn too many of you off. Thank you very much. Oh, we're gonna hit 100K this weekend. I know it. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so fun. Let's see. Let's take a look at all of the chat. Nice to watch your stream. Thank you very much. Yeah, the reverse sweep turned around. Oh, you're not into disc golf? Oh, well, you should try it out. It's super fun. Let's see. Spartan Stiff. Never realized disc golf had a serious pro scene until I started watching your streams. Only played a bit. I'm just terrible throwing disc. Dude, we all start out terrible. Get out there and enjoy. Have some fun. Try things out. Let's see. Chicken sandwich, says Alpha Moriarty. That's a great call. We'll see it. We'll see if that's the direction I go. Is there a bracket schedule somewhere? It's not a bracket. We're in a round robin. Hopefully we're gonna get the bracket. They're actually gonna give us the standings. Standings will be out here in just a minute. And we'll be able to take a look at them. They had to fix something with the program. Queso's about to win with one game away. Yep, I feel you. That was rough for them. 99.4. That's great. That's 99.407. We're still going. Hey. The guy invented the Frisbees from Utah. Very cool. Anyone tell you how beautiful your eyes are? Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's what I like about being here with you guys. Let's look at the scoreboard, or our leaderboard right now. Here we go. No surprises. PUIGINS top of the table with Tribe Gaming right behind them, both teams with 4 wins. SK CALALAS will be the only team at 3, currently in third to go alongside that 3. Chivas Esports is going to stay there at 2 after today's loss. Strangers, I guess they have a, I see why there's an error with the set differential. Strangers now takes control of 5th place with the very important win over Queso. And again, keep in mind, we're talking about if that bottom of the table, the tiebreakers could end up being a factor here. So getting the head-to-head win over a team that's also near the bottom half of the table could be important. Team Queso now on the edge. Only 1 win right now, and if they keep getting worse here, SK or Hype Boys could pop off and overtake them. You got to be in the top 6 to move on to the next stage, to our bracket stage. Right now, SK and Hype Boys are not moving on, but there are 3 more weekends left where they could move on. And that was that's their overlay going on. I'm not at the thanks for watching part quite yet here, folks. So as a reminder here, we are in the first split of the $65,000 prize pool year-long event. We'll do this in March and April, and then more back in the summer and of a grand final in December. Currently, we're in our second phase. The top 6 will move on to our playoffs, which will be April 22nd and 23rd. $15,000 on the line in this split here. And again, we only have a few more days in this specific league portion. So, reminder, back here tomorrow, Tribe versus Strangers, SK versus PUIGINS, Queso versus Hype Boys, Chivas versus SK CALALAS. That's the lineup tomorrow. Same place here. We're back tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday for all the big stuff. Everyone who's watching today, thank you so much for being super cool. Had a great time, whether you're watching, whether you're chatting. Just had a great time with all of you guys here. And, of course, I am excited for what we're going to be doing throughout this weekend. There are more cool things coming, of course. And, again, GKR still ongoing every week. Next week will be Wednesday and Thursday. And then some more stuff in the works that I'm very excited. When it's ready, I'll be announcing it. But either way, those on YouTube, those of you on Twitch, stick around. We're going to find someone to raid. Those of you on YouTube, mwah, I do appreciate you. Mwah. It's been so much fun. As always, be excellent to each other. Peace. All right, Twitch, hold on. And stream is over.